will definitely be there for local people movement, at least for the next 36 to 48 hours, is what we've been told by the police and the BSF personnel. And along, the state government also remains on a heightened sense of alert. Extra police forces have been deployed in these border districts, and all these precautionary measures, I can now call them, will remain in place till further orders.
Let's go to Firozpur. That's where Gurpreet Chinna continues to report for NDTV. We have those visuals coming in from across the country. These are largely the border districts along the LOC and international border on your screens. Rajouri, Jaisalmer, Badgam, Akhnur. People have started their lives. Shops have opened. Schools, whether schools are open or not, perhaps Gurpreet will be able to explain to us. Is it an extended chutti for the children?
Well, yes, we have seen as a precaution in all the border areas of Punjab, they have already extended 1 day more holiday for the children, because they don't want to take any chance, because today there is a very crucial meeting which is going to happen on these issues. But right now we are in Firozpur. We have seen here life is total calm, life is total normal. The people have already restored their works also, their routine works. They have already started. Some of the people, we are reporting from one of the parks from Firozpur. We can see, ma'am, there is no restriction, nothing. Life is normal.
Life is all normal over here. 2 to 3 days back it was quite scary, but आज से बच्चों के स्कूल भी शुरू हो गए हैं. अभी कल से शुरू हो जाएंगे, आज तो अभी स्कूल बंद ही हैं. पर मार्केट्स में सब लोगों ने अपना काम शुरू कर दिया है. हॉस्पिटल सारे पूरे चल रहे हैं. एंड एवरीथिंग इज़ फाइन. वी आर क्वाइट एट पीस. जंग आपा जीत गया. जय जवान जय किसान.
आप डॉक्टर हो तो आपने हॉस्पिटल जाना आना शुरू कर दिया, क्योंकि आप
भी बंद ही नहीं किया था. हमने कभी बंद ही नहीं किया था. हम ब्लैकआउट के टाइम भी काम कर रहे थे.
लेकिन अभी कह रहे हैं कि ब्लैकआउट वॉलंटरली है, कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है.
फिरोजपुर में ब्लैकआउट का पूरा पालन हो रहा है.
तो आप भी देख रहे हैं, मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, कुछ लोग जिम जा रहे हैं, तो पूरा नॉर्मल हो गया
सब. पहले तो काफ़ी सिचुएशन काफ़ी पैनिक थी, लेकिन आज की डेट में जैसे कल से बच्चों के स्कूल खुल जाएंगे तो रूटीन सब लोग अपनी रूटीन लाइफ में वापस आ रहे हैं.
तो 2 दिन पहले देखा है कि ड्रोन मूवमेंट्स होती है, उसके बाद यहाँ से बहुत रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं. हमने लगातार कई विलेज जो बॉर्डर के गांव हैं वहाँ भी गए हैं, लोग वापस आना शुरू हो गए. यहाँ से भी कई लोग चले गए थे, सब वापस आ रहे हैं.
सब धीरे धीरे कर सभी वापस आ रहे हैं. जैसे फिरोजपुर के गांव में ड्रोन अटैक हुआ था, वहाँ पर 3 बंदे जो थे वो सीरियस कंडीशन में थे, जो एक की तो डेथ हो गई थी. तो रूटीन लाइफ में जैसे चल रहा है, बस वैसे लाइफ में सभी को आना चाहिए. जैसे भी फिरोजपुर का माहौल है, जैसे हम पीस के हिसाब से हम चलते हैं, तो पीस के हिसाब से यहाँ पे होना चाहिए.
देखिए, लास्ट नाइट वी हैव सीन लाइफ वाज वेरी वेरी काम एंड देयर वाज नो सायरन, नो imposed blackout, but yes, voluntarily they had given some guidelines if people they are supposed to follow. तो आप वॉक कर रहे हैं यहाँ पार्क में, अब पूरा नॉर्मल हो गया?
हाँ जी नॉर्मल, टोटली नॉर्मल जी. ਇਹ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾ ਜੀ, ਦੋਨੋਂ ਉਧਰਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਭਰਾ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਇੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਆ. ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਜੀ, ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ कि ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਰਾ कारोबार है सब कोई भी लड़ाई के हक च नहीं हैगा जी.
तो बिल्कुल, क्योंकि कुछ दिन पहले हमने देखा था टेंशन हुई थी यहाँ पे, लोग यहाँ से कहीं और भी जा रहे थे, लेकिन अब लग रहा है कि पूरा नॉर्मल हो गया, क्योंकि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से भी कोई भी ऐसी गाइडलाइंस नहीं दी गई. कल रात को तो खास करके बिल्कुल भी नहीं दी.
नहीं, कल रात को गाइडलाइन थी. स्कूल आज स्कूल बंद हैं. आज स्कूल बंद हैं, फिर भी माहौल तो आज अभी डीसी का ऑर्डर है, माहौल बाहर ना निकलो, अभी ऑर्डर है इनके. पर एक बार तो हर बार होना चाहिए था. ये जो बात हुई है, एक बार तो हर बार होना चाहिए. पाकिस्तान बाज नहीं आएगा, पाकिस्तान ने बाज नहीं आना, उसने दोबारा हरकत करनी है. एक बार तो मोदी को पूरा जोश देकर काम करना चाहिए था.
तो बिल्कुल, लेकिन जो लाइफ है, अगर बात करें सिचुएशन की ग्राउंड पे, तो सिचुएशन कैसी देख रहे हैं?
सिचुएशन बहुत नॉर्मल है यहाँ, आगे से बहुत बेहतर है. शुक्र शनिवार बहुत माड़ी थी, लोग बाहर भाग रहे थे, लेकिन अब जो है बिल्कुल नॉर्मल लाइफ है, बिजनेस उस तरह चल रहा है.
तो आप भी, हम देख रहे थे लगातार यहाँ पे, कई दिन से यहाँ पे थे, आप भी बातचीत कर रहे थे लोगों से, तो आप बिल्कुल नॉर्मल लग रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, इस समय जो माहौल है बिल्कुल नॉर्मल है. रात को भी बिल्कुल नॉर्मल रहा, लेकिन जो डीसी के आर्डर थे वो ब्लैकआउट अपने आप करनी है आपने, मतलब कि हम सायरन नहीं देंगे आपको. लेकिन माहौल बिल्कुल ठीक है. जो ये सीज फायर हुआ है ये बहुत बढ़िया हुआ है, ये दोनों देशों के लिए ठीक है. तो क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को पता तो लग ही गया इंडिया भी एक पावर है.
So, well, here we are getting reaction from these residents of Firozpur. They say life is calm and normal, and normalcy has been in everywhere of this border area of Punjab. Back to studio.
All right. Thank you for getting us those voices of the morning walkers, Gurpreet. What is the situation right now in Srinagar? Remember, the DGMOs will be taking to the hotline, in fact, roughly around 12 noon, and that's perhaps from where the headline will also emerge. So let's listen in to what Shivaroor had to say about the situation in Srinagar.
It is actually surreal to receive the Indian Army's message this morning saying that last night was the first night which was largely peaceful and no major incidents of any violations of any kind, because the Army consistently since the beginning of this season of tensions between India and Pakistan has had updates about ceasefire violations, drone attacks and things like that. We ourselves have seen it firsthand, both at the line of control and even here in the airspace over Srinagar. But on the second day after this understanding was reached between India and Pakistan, right in the middle of very, very high-octane combat between the two sides, it seems after those initial troubles, initial violations that took place night before last night was largely peaceful. I have to admit I didn't get very much sleep last night because there was a belief that there would be updates from our contacts in different parts of the line of control in the Kashmir sector and in the Jammu sector as well. There were rumors right through the night of firing and drone attacks, etc. But it's good to see that the army has now put all of that to rest and said that this has been the first peaceful night with no incidents whatsoever. Obviously, this sets the stage for the conversation over the hotline between the two Director Generals of Military Operations, Major General Kashif Abdullah of Pakistan, Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai of India. This is, of course, prefixed by a message that was sent by the Indian DGMO to his counterpart yesterday, just before that briefing by the armed forces, where it was conveyed in no uncertain terms that the initial violations past that understanding may be explained as some teething troubles or some units not getting the message in time, etc. But from this night onwards was the real test, and since it's gone peacefully, I think the decks are cleared for hopefully some kind of a healthy conversation put between the two DGMOs. And let's make no mistake, it means that Pakistan has got the message as well.
Around 6:30 p.m. yesterday, the 4 DGMOs, in fact, the 3 DGMOs and Major General S.S. Sharda briefed the press with regards to details of Operation Sindhur. Remember, these were the officers who were leading the entire operation, and hence India sending a message that there is a new red line, a new doctrine in place as far as the security paradigm of the country is concerned. Let's listen in to the DGMOs.
A decision was taken to strike where it would hurt, and towards that in a swift, coordinated, calibrated attack, we struck his air bases, command centers, military infrastructure, air defense systems across the entire Western Front. The bases we struck include Chaklala, Rafiki, and mind you, Chaklala is Islamabad, Rahim Yar Khan, Sakar, sending a clear message that aggression will not be tolerated.
Forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a decisive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani naval and air units to be in a defensive posture, mostly inside harbors or very close to the coast, which we monitored continuously.
So what was the role of the Indian Navy in particular became clear from that press conference when when a senior Navy officer, Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, actually told the press that their role was that of a deterrent posture with a full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi port, at a time of our choosing. So we have been wondering the role of Indian Navy in particular in this entire Operation Sindhur. That became clear from that press conference. Aishwarya Jain joins us. Aishwarya, India has maintained that India's response has been measured, non-escalatory and responsible from day one. And what appeared from the 4 soldiers who addressed the press and told the world that it was an act of aggression which came from Pakistan, and India has set a new red line as far as the security doctrine is concerned, and also that this is the new normal between the two countries. If there is a terror strike on Indian soil, then India will be striking the terror pads and also the military bases in Pakistan.
Well, that's the straight line that has been drawn by the Indian Army, that future terror activities would be considered as an act of war, and India will be responding accordingly. Yesterday's press conference by 4 of the generals were very brief. It was detailed in nature. The amount of proofs and the evidences that were given through the visuals, through the pictures that were completely neutralized by the Indian Armed Forces were strategic, and those were the hit points as far as the terror infrastructures in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir are concerned. Yesterday's press conference also had given a brief about how Indian Navy was very much active, and it was full authority that was given to Indian Navy as to choose the time if the things escalate, but they were ready with full strength. Today it is, of course, at 1200 hours when the DGMO level talks will be conducted between India and Pakistan. This is the second time after the ceasefire was announced between India and Pakistan on Saturday, and yesterday it was stated by DGMO Rajiv Ghai that last 3 to 4 days was nothing less than a war, and also stated that the Chief of Army Staff had given full authority to Indian Army to counteract if there are any misadventures done by Pakistan as well. It is, of course, at 1200 hours today when the DGMOs of India and Pakistan will speak and they will be deciding on the modalities of the longevity of the bilateral understanding that has happened between the Indian Army and Pakistani Army.
That's right. The new normal of deterrence set by India convincingly and emphatically. Really appreciate your time. We'll see how it plays out today, Aishwarya, particularly the series of meetings which could happen at the Prime Minister's residence. The presence of Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod actually made the journalists there in that conference hall very, very curious. And then came the moment when he explained the role of the Indian Navy. Here's a quick wrap-up by Shivarud.
The decks are cleared for a crucial conversation between the Director Generals of Military Operations of Pakistan, Major General Kashif Abdullah, and India, Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, at 12 noon today. Remember, this was an agreed conversation that would take place 48 hours after the ceasefire understanding was arrived at on the 10th of May, just hours after India had struck 11 air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. Now, this conversation will set the template perhaps of the working relationship on the line of control and an international border after what has been 20 days of very, very high-octane violations, crossfire, and a huge escalation that took place for 4 days under India's Operation Sindhur. Now, as NDTV has reported, it was India's precision strikes on 11 premier air bases of the Pakistan Air Force, radar facilities, sensor facilities, and areas very close to Pakistan's strategic and nuclear elements that finally forced Pakistan to plead with the United States practically to intervene and then pick up the phone and call India and request a ceasefire. Having said that, the army has confirmed that after the initial violations that took place in the hours following that understanding. Last night was the first peaceful night on the international border and Jammu and Kashmir. The army's statement does not specifically mention the line of control, and it is not clear if we are to interpret this as leaving room for some small violations or escalations in different parts of the LOC, but there is no reason to believe that may be true, because at this point of time we are building up now to that meeting or that hotline conversation over the phone between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan.
Update coming in now. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis will hold a key security review meeting. Key meeting will be happening at the Chief Minister's residence. Top Maha government leaders will be in huddle today. Who all are likely to be present in this meeting, and why are we calling this a security review meeting? Perhaps Radhika will be able to explain that to our viewers. Radhika, over to you.
Right, an important meeting will be chaired by Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Also present will be Deputy CMs and other officials from civil defense. So this meeting is primarily about strengthening and also enhancing civil-military coordination. We know for a fact that a high-level security review meeting was conducted on Friday to assess the preparedness as far as the state security is concerned. Several top officials were. A lot of instructions were also given by Chief Minister in terms of conducting full-scale mock drills, a dedicated war rooms that is to be set up, and also building a public awareness. Besides also looking into cyber crimes as well. And besides that, on-ground vigilance, coordination with various agencies, including maritime and aerial surveillance, all that was discussed as part of Friday's review meeting, but it has gone one step further, whereby civil defense officials and coordination between civil defense and military will be discussed in today's meeting, once again to enhance and assess state preparedness and coordination and enhance the current security apparatus in the state.
Right, Radhika, we'll keep coming to you when that meeting actually begins at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. And even as India spoke about the success of Operation Sindhur, the faces of this entire operation, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, are being mercilessly trolled online. The ICE Officers Association came out in solidarity against the officer, saying that this is an unwarranted personal attacks against them. The IPS Officers Association has also condemned the personal attacks on Vikram Misri, saying such unwarranted assaults on civil servants committed to their duties is unacceptable and intolerable. Let's listen in to the reactions which came in from Dr. Shashi Tharoor and also from Salman Khurshid, two senior Congress leaders coming out vehemently backing the faces of the communication of this government during Operation Sindhur. Dr. Tharoor, my last question to you, and this is with regards to very, very unfortunate trolling of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and the...
By whom? For what?
Yes, so he is being trolled through the day, and also the two women officers who were the face of communication. Last time when we spoke, you had lauded the entire communication strategy of the government of India. I mean, it's very unfortunate that a career diplomat is being trolled in the manner in which he is being. There are a lot of negative, comments coming his way, and he has gone private. I mean, his entire X handle is now private.
I mean, I'm so sorry. I had no idea he was being trolled, and I find it preposterous. I think young Vikram Misri has done an outstanding job. He has worked very hard, very long hours, and an extremely, extremely hardworking and effective voice for India, along with the two lady officers who I think both spoke calmly, professionally, without any hysteria, and in a wonderfully impressive way. I cannot understand who on earth would troll, and I'm not even sure I understand what kind of trolling and why there was. I mean, what were they critical of? What could these people have done differently or better?
A few hours ago, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has been, has faced relentless trolling, and so have the two women officers, Sophia Qureshi and also Vyomika Singh. they were the face of communication for these 4 days that we have seen. How unfortunate do you think it is? I mean, to target a diplomat who has been working tirelessly, to target 2 officials who were presenting the decisions and actions taken by the executive and also by the military?
Well, I think it's very, very sad because we can say without any hesitation that these 3 have been a remarkable face of our determination, the clarity of purpose, determination, and the sense of confidence that they gave. All 3 of them have been remarkable, and I see no problem there at all. There are people in the country who will troll anybody for decisions that are taken at a higher level and decisions that are taken in the enlightened self-interest in modern times. We are not a country of jingoists. We are a country that believes in protecting its rights and its sovereignty, but it's also a country that believes in the nature of diplomatic interaction with the world. And constraining our top officers by putting this kind of pressure on them is very sad. It's really very sad. I would just salute them, and I believe that the best that we can offer to them, we should truly proud of the work they've done.
You know, and it certainly appears that markets have given a big thumbs up to the India-Pakistan ceasefire. Sensex has jumped over 1,800 points and markets surge over 2%. Nifty spikes over 500 points. How should this be read? Sakshi is joining us. Sakshi?
Absolutely. Well, a marvelous Monday on Dalal Street. We have seen the benchmark indices surge over 2%. The Nifty and the Sensex witnessing sharp gains. The Sensex up over 1,800 points. The Nifty up over 550 points as we speak. Investor confidence really back. Experts believe that, look, of course, investors are cheering the India-Pakistan ceasefire decision, and that really can be witnessed across sectors. We've seen the broader market surge. We've seen sectoral indices witness sharp gains. And remember, just in early trade, we've seen a quick and a swift extension of these gains. You know, we had the Sensex up over 1,500 points just minutes ago, and now it's up over 1,800 points. So the pace at which markets are really celebrating this decision, remember, of course, global cues have also been upbeat. Markets are also celebrating the fact that, look, the US-China trade deals and trade talks have taken place and are in progress. Substantial progress has been made, as the White House has said. And we saw Asian markets also surge, and that's also boosted sentiment for India's stock markets.
All right. Sakshi, thank you so much for joining us. And the principal opposition party, that is the Congress, has sought a special parliament session. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress chief, has written to the Prime Minister, and Congress chief has assured government all support. Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, has also written to Prime Minister seeking a special session to discuss Operation Sindhur and also the aftermath which played out post the Pahalgam attack. Remember, the government has been taking the opposition on board on all fronts immediately after the Pahalgam terror attacks which happened on 22nd of April. There was a all-party meeting. It was followed by a day after Operation Sindhur was conducted by the government of India and the armed forces. Now it appears that what happened during the ceasefire is what the opposition wishes to know, and the mails or letters being sent by Rahul Gandhi and Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge. We have Sunil Prabhu joining us live on this story. But before that, let's listen in to what Mr. Kharge said.
हम पहले से ही डिमांड कर रहे हैं, पार्लियामेंट बुलाइए, सभी लोग डिस्कस करेंगे क्या स्थिति है और आगे क्या कर रहे हैं। युद्ध स्थगित हुआ, ये अच्छी बात है और लोगों के लिए बहुत शांति और समाधान आया है, इसके लिए हम खुश हैं। हमारे देश को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए जो कुछ भी होता है, हमने पहले ही बोला कि हम सरकार को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
युद्ध स्थगित हुआ तो हम उसके लिए खुश हैं is the message, that good that it did not happen. But you know, Sunil, officially there was no declaration of war. It was more of a conflict playing out between India and Pakistan is the larger sense, because it's a very technical phrase when the country declares to be at war with another country. But coming to the question, the opposition has lots of questions with regards to particularly the ceasefire. Why did India agree for a ceasefire within 4 days? With the details which have come out in the public domain already, particularly by the DGMOs who were leading this operation, are you of the opinion that there could be a special session, or that's highly unlikely, or perhaps an all-party meeting by the government now?
Well, I think, as you rightly pointed out, firstly, there's been bipartisan support, right from Pahalgam, when those horrific killings happened. I think the bipartisan support, be it the opposition, be it the government, they have worked together and stayed united. There have been questions, of course, of intelligence failure and the lack of the personnel not being there at Pahalgam. But be that as it may, I think everybody has spoken in one voice. They've then demanded full action by the government and fully supported full justice towards those victims of terror and their families. And ultimately, the government of India acted with the armed forces doing what they had to do. And it's in that backdrop that we have seen that face-off. As you rightly pointed out, it wasn't war, because declaration of war is done by the President of India. It's an emergency provision, which has happened last in 1971. But in this time round, it was a complete face-off where both India and Pakistan, be it on air, be it on sea, be it on the ground, they continued to attack each other. And it's in that backdrop that I think finally there was some intervention, the opposition saying, how come the United States is claiming credit, even though our Ministry of External Affairs have been trying to stress and explain that it was bilateral, it was the DGMO of the Pakistan to speak to our counterpart and ask for cessation. It's in that context that the opposition wants to be taken into confidence. You're right, I don't think a special session will happen. They haven't had one. The last was when when Parliament was in session held when China attacked us. We haven't seen that in recent times. Will they do an all-party meeting? That's something that we'll have to wait and see, because it's right now, it's Operation Sindoor, which is still in motion and it's early days at this stage.
All right, Sunil, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us all the details. Now, getting a quick update for our viewers who may be heading to airports. Remember, there are 32 airports which are shut as a precautionary measure. And the Civil Aviation Ministry says that these airports will remain shut, these 32 airports, till May 15th. And airlines have issued advisory to passengers. But as far as major airports, that is Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, are concerned, and many others are functioning normally, and the commercial flights and the civilian flights are continuing. Let's bring in let me bring in Tanushka, who's joining us live on this. Tanushka, is there a possibility of a rethink now that there has been one full night of calm and peace?
A rethink is definitely on the cards, and has been the question rather. May 15th is until when these 32 airports are to remain temporarily shut for civil flight services, and the Civil Aviation Ministry, continues to remain status quo on this until May 15th. As of now, all of these 32 airports are to remain shut, and temporarily shut, that is. Some of them being Srinagar, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh, Porbandar, Rajkot, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, to name a few of these 32 airports. Of course, these are very high-risk areas that were taking stock of the situation amid the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, with the ongoing war that has now come to a ceasefire. So now the ceasefire brings about the question of whether or not, or until how long will these airports continue to remain shut. Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, took to social media platform X and says that in view of the ceasefire, He also urges the Aviation Ministry as well as the DGCA to reopen these airports and to resume civil flight operations, as many pilgrims who were supposed to be in Medina right now for the Haji pilgrimage have not been able to make it yet to Medina, which is why he urges that it is important that now, with at least also a night of complete calm, it's important to now go back to complete normalcy with respect to these 32 airports as well. And the airlines also, of course, continue to maintain the same instructions and advisories from the ministry, be it Indigo, Air India, Akasa. All of them have also been ensuring full refunds and waivers of cancellations of these flights as well. And as far as Delhi airport is concerned, Mumbai airport, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, as you also mentioned, they continue to function normally. So metro city airports continue to function normally, but the 32 airports, as mentioned in the notum by the Aviation Ministry, will remain shut temporarily until May 15th. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tanushka, for joining us and getting us all the updates. On that note, we are slipping into a short break, and then we'll return with all the news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Ceasefire holds along LOC and international border. Army says no incidents. It is the first calm night in recent days. Top military level law talks on hotline today. India-Pakistan DGMOs will speak at 12 noon. India's Operation Sindhur is a huge strategic and military success. High-value terrorists killed, over 100 terrorists killed in 9 terror hubs. IC-814 and Pulwama perpetrators eliminated. Support grows for told Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. IAS and IPS associations back Vikram Misri. Top Congress leaders come out in his support.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes
India's Operation Sindhur was a significant demonstration of India's military and strategic prowess. It was a blend of military and non-military means. How should ceasefire post that be seen? Let's bring in the guests who are joining us at this hour. We have Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor joining us. Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh is joining us. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, sir. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, your reading particularly after what the DGMOs told the world. I mean, a clear message of a new normal between the two countries. Sir, if you can unmute yourself.
No,
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Loud and clear, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. In my appreciation, it is a calm at the moment. We should not let our guards down. The action after the ceasefire was announced on the morning of 11th, on the night rather, the enemy took to a resort wherein they started sending drones and a couple of missiles were fired. It was only late at night, day before, that the sense prevailed and they stopped. So in my appreciation, as far as the services go, the hostilities are still on. It's a pause so as to speak in the operations, and we are viewing the enemy moves very closely.
Wing Commander Singh, your assessment of the press conference which was held, I mean, the messaging was loud and clear in terms of what India managed to achieve and what is the larger, arrangement, or should I say rules of engagement between the two countries. Even that has been redefined now.
Yeah, Maria, very clearly it has been brought out that this operation and what was the operation about, what were the targets, what we could achieve, what we wanted to achieve. And the retaliation, how it was handled by our armed forces, and a very coordinated and amalgamated effort, I would say, of the nation's will, the political will, as well as the armed forces action, has been very clearly defined, even through with the press conference yesterday also. However, a very, very, important point that had come out yesterday is the change in the doctrine, which says that any act of war against India from there on will be treated as an act of war. So there's a very clear-cut stance that the government has defined now that any other further, not just escalations, forget an escalation, even a terrorist attack or an act of terrorism will be treated as an act of war. So there's a no tolerance, a zero tolerance, which we've communicated loud and clear to the world.
Zero tolerance to terrorism is the message which is coming in from India. But Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, the role of Indian Navy also became clear in that press conference when Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod actually spoke about they were in deterrence position. Their role was that to ensure that in case if something happens, and they had actually sent a message that the Navy's carrier, battle group, surface forces, submarines and aviations were deployed at sea with full combat readiness. So the point was that they were looking at the Karachi port and in full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, and including Karachi at the time of our choosing. That was the message that came in from the Indian Navy.
In all parlance is called a silent service. Yes. Their effects are not as visual as what the Air Force and the Army does, because it is visible to everybody. But what Navy does has a far-reaching effect. Now, the Indian Navy had deployed in the Arabian Sea much before, after Pahalgam incident, and they were doing exercise over the area. Our Navy is about 6 to 8 times more in strength, but there is no match in the capability and the training of the naval personnel. So when the hostilities began, our ships started to move northbound towards Karachi, and the coastline is about 1,000 kilometers, Pakistani coastline, right from Gwadar to Karachi. So the ships and the battle carrier groups were so positioned that in case the hostilities were announced, or if the enemy went into doing some action which was not conducive to us, the ships at that stage could have been turned, marked as hostile. So what happens in the naval parlance is that your country waters are till about 12 nautical miles. Beyond that international waters. So staying 12 nautical miles away, and if a designated hostile ship is told by our Navy, then when we are right within our purview, once the hostilities have been declared, to attack that helicopter, attack that ship, and not allow that ship to move towards the harbor. So Karachi, in a way, was surrounded, and Pakistan does not have much reserves with it. I mean, my guess, not more than 3 to 4 days of oil, fuel, because they import everything, like many countries. They import everything. So if the blockade is done, it will start to directly affect on their war waging ability. And that was the role of Navy by posturing. So the message had gone that in case you do anything, the southern front of Pakistan would get into action.
And before I let you go, another word particularly on that how India and the tri-services, sir, worked in complete sync. The Pakistani military installations were also struck by Indian strikes. They were precise and calibrated in nature. And India has that capability to strike inside Pakistan in the mainland. And that's what, particularly the Air Vice Marshal communicated.
For your viewers and benefit of all those who are watching,
yes, sir.
This particular operation, 4 days, was, in my personal opinion, a turning point in India's presence at the global scene. I tweeted last night to say India has arrived. Now, quickly, I'll put across why I feel this way. First, we struck after 1971 on the first day, on the 7th early morning, 5 targets in POK, but 4 more important targets in Pak, Punjab. After 1971 war, there was no target that was taken out in Pakistani Punjab, which we did with utmost precision. Now, the best part is that we gave the message to the Pakistanis that we have just taken out your terror hubs, their headquarters, and their camps. So if you wish to leave, we leave it at that. But as they started to escalate. A large amount of Turkish drones, missiles, and other things were fired. Now here I bring in the integration, the question which you just asked. It was a wonderful amalgamation of the Army and the Air Force. The weapons used this time were, for the first time, because they have never been used, the loitering munitions, the precision-guided weapons. The best part is most of them are indigenous. The world has been shaken by our indigenous capability. We have developed our own NAVIC. It's a sort of a inertial navigation, a global positioning system. So we are not totally dependent on the GPS and GLONASS of the Russian space. And also the development which the DRDO has done to its Akash Tir. Now this is the beauty which has not come out much anywhere. It is the integrated air defense setup which has been indigenized, totally made in India by DRDO and Bell. It has got 4 layers of air defense, and this was deployed along the border. So Army air defense guns of L-70, Zu-23 and others were integrated with these radars. So the night of 8th and 9th, when the Pakistanis sent hundreds and hundreds of drones from Leh to Sar Creek in Gujarat, they were ably stopped and our guns neutralized, barring 2 or 4 of them which came into a fields. No damage was done. Absolutely no damage was done.
All right.
And in 2021, India had purchased S-400 from Russia. For benefit of your viewers, this was, in my opinion, one of the finest purchases India has done in recent times. This air defense system at that time was contested much in the parliament, on the newspapers, but the Air Force went ahead and bought. The Americans even threatened at that stage to put sanctions on us. But this formed a huge umbrella behind our air defense system. And it's like the game of rugby. You have, people backing at the end, holding a goalpost, and that was S-400. But the turning point for your viewers came on the early morning hours of 10th of May. This will go down in the history of military aviation as a day which was decisive turning point. The Indian Air Force aircraft, right with their precision weapons, BrahMos and Spice and other modified aeroplanes, took out 11 11 Pakistani frontline air bases in a span of 90 minutes. Never ever in the history of aviation such kind of a damage has been done in such a short time. And I tweeted this morning that this would be taught in the air power books in the years to come, this campaign which was done.
All right, sir. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, thank you for breaking that down for our viewers so beautifully. Thank you so much for joining us. And Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh. In fact, the former External Affairs Minister has also spoken out with regards to the India-Pakistan ceasefire. He says that he certainly hopes that ceasefire holds, and he also added that India has managed to send a strong message to Pakistan. Listen in. Salman Khurshid, former External Affairs Minister and senior Congress leader, is joining us live. Mr. Khurshid, this is a question to the former External Affairs Minister. This was the most intense fighting between the two countries in 2 decades, sir. How do you see the situation after the ceasefire, and how have the terms of engagement changed between Delhi and Islamabad?
Well, I sincerely hope that the ceasefire holds. People have opinions about the ceasefire, and I'm sure that there is a range of points of view. But the ceasefire has happened. Unfortunately, last night there were many reports about the ceasefire not being strictly adhered to, and that raised some doubts. But I imagine since then, the matter seems to have settled down, and the ceasefire, at least for the present, will hold. And on the 12th, which is tomorrow, there will be another round between the DGMOs. And therefore, if there is something that needs to be ironed out, I hope that will be ironed out. Now, of course, we've learned a lot because technology has started playing a very major role in the way wars are fought now. And this has become apparent, very critically, this has become apparent during the course of the 4 days. But I think that once all this is over, people will take stock and then assess as to what is achieved and how much more could be done. That will come in due course. This is perhaps not the time to be analyzing those things.
Mr. Khurshid, you know, successive Indian governments have, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi's, tried to better relations with Pakistan in the interest of the people of both the countries. But Pakistan has always dealt in treachery. What do you think is the way forward for us, particularly with regards to our neighbor? And you know, having achieved ceasefire, where do we go from here on?
Well, I think there are many loose ends yet, not very clear. That ceasefire obviously must be succeeded by talks. But what will be the format of talks and the structure of talks is, I think, a big question. And ideologically, India has had some issues here, which I think are very well known. Since the ceasefire seems to have come at the partial, perhaps, if not the entire initiative of the US government and the US leadership, we'll have to see where that stands once the DGMOs talk and once a formal structure is figured out as to how we move forward. But clearly, no matter what we do and no matter what we try to reach out on, ultimately there's a bottom line, and that bottom line is terrorism. Now, we've said in our explanatory manner that if there is terrorism, even now, it'll be treated as an act of war. Now, why act of war with ceasefire, etc., you know the implications. But ultimately, Pakistan has to come to terms with that clear articulation that terrorism is unacceptable in any form or manifestation. And unless that is done, I don't think that there is a chance for a great deal to be achieved or accomplished.
Sensex is cheering, and so the life is back to other stuff, looking at other issues. That's why we are shifting focus to other developments also in the news world. Mumbai is set to get its first land-based cable-stayed bridge tomorrow at Ray Road in South Mumbai, and it was built by Maha Rail since February 2022. What will it mean? It replaces a 1910 era structure and aims to reduce traffic disruption with fewer and minimal underground work. Let's bring in Anuj, who's joining us from right where this new bridge will be first land-based cable-stayed bridge. What does it actually mean, Anuj? I mean, how is it different from other bridges?
Maria, I'm standing on this Ray Road bridge, which, the construction for which started in 2022, and it became one of the first, one of the fastest developed bridge here in Mumbai in the recent times. Now, this is a 6-lane bridge which spans to close to 385 meters, and it also has got these very beautiful cable, infrastructure which lights up in the evening as a part of an aesthetic, development here in this part of the city. Now, why does this bridge become important? Because it is a part of the MMRDA's renovating the old British time bridge campaign, wherein 4 bridges from across the city, which were over 120 years old, were brought down, and the new bridges were, built in place of them. This was done primarily for 2 reasons. Firstly, because the former or the earlier bridges had already lived their life, and secondly, because the extension also means that more number of vehicles could also be, accommodated on this new bridge. Now, when you talk about this particular bridge, it's located in Baikala. It's going to connect Baikala to the eastern side, wherein we have the Britannia Industries. It will also give a very easy passway to people who are living in the rather congested areas of Baikala to the Eastern Freeway and to the Atul Setu. This bridge is expected to open, is all set to get inaugurated tomorrow at 7 p.m., which will potentially bring down the traffic time to 30 minutes.
All right, Anuj, thank you so much for joining us. And on the National Technology Day, NDTV's science editor, Pallav Bagla, has been honored with a Science Popularization Award, which was bestowed on him by the Governor of Telangana at a function in Hyderabad's CSIR Institute of Chemical Technology. The award, given by the Academy of Science, Technology and Communication, recognized his lifetime achievements. Shifting focus to another exclusive that we have for our viewers, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has spoken on the ceasefire, also on the special session of Parliament, which has been demanded by his party. Let's listen in to what his views are on a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Many of the leaders in opposition are raising these questions. They are also strategic affairs and military experts, some of whom have criticized India's decision to agree to a ceasefire with Pakistan, calling it a repeat of past mistakes, even going to the extent of saying that India snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Then there are those who say that in these 4 days, when our forces carried out Operation Sindhur first and then managed to strike at the military bases, all retaliatory in nature, it was a defining moment in India's defense and strategic history. What are your thoughts, sir?
It was a very, very good moment. But listen, some of these people are clearly in the camp of those who wanted a quote-unquote war to finish off Pakistan. I think that is frankly fatuous. I do not believe we could have indulged in a war to finish off Pakistan, number one. Number two, I don't think that we could have achieved that outcome, given that Pakistan of today is, for all its stagnant economy and all its problems, it still is a country with a very considerable army, and as we've seen, with some friends who are willing to supply it with rather sophisticated weaponry. I personally don't think that a government that is focused on the development of the country should have embarked on any further adventure. I think, personally, I applaud the ceasefire. I would have applauded it if it happened the previous day, and I would have applauded it if it happened the next day. My logic was exactly the same as I was hearing from the strong briefings given by our government, which is we are responding to Pakistani hostilities. We are not the ones who are initiating anything. The one thing we initiated was a reprisal for a terror attack. Once that reprisal was done, we were done. If Pakistan had said, sorry, goodbye, we would have stopped then and there. Pakistan chose to shell us, we shelled them back. Pakistan chose to send us a swarm of Turkish drones. We destroyed the drones, and we sent some missiles and projectiles back on the other direction. Pakistan then chose to attack our cities and attack our military bases. We wiped out their air bases, their airfields. I think it was simply retaliatory on India's part. And I think everything we did was extremely well done. But none of it, I repeat, was because India was interested in initiating a war. That was never on the cards. We were always saying we wanted to prove a point. We proved that point. Now, you tell us when you're ready to stop. If you don't want to stop, we'll keep hammering you. And they stopped. Good message.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,004.
Ceasefire holds along the line of control and international border. Army says no incidents reported. This is the first calm night in recent days. Top military level talks on hotline today. India, Pakistan DGMOs to speak at 12 noon. Support grows for trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. IAS and IPS associations come out in his support. Pakistan trollers had been targeting the top career diplomat. And markets give a huge thumbs up to India-Pakistan ceasefire. Big jump for markets. Sensex zooms over 2,000 points. And US announces major trade deal with China. It is a significant breakthrough between the two countries with regards to trade talks. And US President Donald Trump demands Ukraine-Russia talks. Zelensky offers to meet Vladimir Putin in Turkey this week. And joining us now on this broadcast is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Union Minister, and Nikunj Garg, our senior managing editor, is also joining us on this. Mr. Chandrasekhar, starting with you, of course, there are a lot of reasons for India to cheer because India has managed to send a strong message to the world that there will be a new rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned. Operation Sindhur has been a massive, massive success, and India has significantly managed to demonstrate its military and strategic prowess. What are your thoughts, sir?
Look, I think it's very clear that Pakistan has had a long, dubious history of trying to distract its own people from its failings and its slide towards a failed state by occasionally having these terror attacks against India, targeting innocent Indians to try and blackmail India and shift the narrative into a narrative of Kashmir and India. And as this general, very, very dubious general tried to make it a Hindu-Muslim thing recently over the last 10-15 days. But what has happened this time around, I think, is that India has demonstrated that while Pakistan and its generals can try and do whatever it needs to do to distract its people, there will be severe cost imposed on them by the actions of India. And these unprecedented type of destruction that we have seen on 11 Air Force fields of Pakistan, the reach that India has demonstrated deep within Pakistan is certainly drawing a new red line, which is that you can still toy with terrorism if you think that is very, a smart thing for you to do, but be prepared to have severe costs imposed on you. And India has demonstrated that there is nothing token about what India is capable of doing. It will impose severe costs on Pakistan and the Pakistani establishment if it continues to play terror and use terror as some sort of a war against India. And I think this is very unprecedented. The fact that we've had our missiles and our forces reach 11 different airfields ranging from Chaklala to Jacobabad is absolutely unprecedented in the history of how India has responded to Pakistan.
Mr. Chandrasekhar, after 50 years, in response to asymmetric warfare for the first time, since last 3 decades we have been facing this problem from Pakistan, India has hit the heart of Pakistan and heart of Pakistani army, that is Punjab.
Oh, absolutely. And
that is Mr. Chandrasekhar, let me finish my question.
Yeah,
let me finish my question. My question is that despite that, Pakistanis, obviously they had to demonstrate to their public, tried to hit back at India. But do you think that with this kind of unprecedented penetration in the heart of Pakistan, Pakistanis will get the message, their deep state will get the message, or their generals will still continue to see as something that they can dangle before their public as a rallying point? What is your assessment of this situation? Unprecedented action by India, the reaction of the Pakistanis going forward, not now, that has happened. Not now. Going forward, what is your assessment of Pakistani reaction?
Look, 3 days ago at a public political program in Kerala, somebody said that Pakistan is a wild animal. And I said, don't insult wild animals. Pakistan is not a wild animal. Pakistan is a mad state. It is as I said in Malayalam, pranda. Pranda means crazy. And, when you deal with irrational, barbaric, uncivilized thinking, the kind of which Pakistan has demonstrated for many, many years, there is nothing sure about what they will do next. What we can be sure about is that every time Pakistan tries to become crazy or is attempting to become mad, that the treatment that India will mete out will be causing them severe pain and severe consequences. And that is what our government has done. Look, Nikunj, you are an experienced person in this. The capabilities that India has demonstrated this time around in air defense and in offense is something that is unprecedented in the history of Indian military, evolution and growth. And that we can reach right into the heart of Pakistan and do so without being thwarted or without being deterred is a capability that India has developed over the last decade. And it is absolutely serious. And as the Prime Minister has always said, this type of capability is not for demonstration on our shelves. It is every time the specter of terrorism is put up by Pakistan, Pakistan has learned this time around, there will be pain, there will be consequences that they will have to face. And I think that is the message. In terms of trusting Pakistan, nobody on the planet, not even the Pakistanis, trust the Pakistan state. So there is no question of the Indians trusting the Pakistanis.
That's, I think, very well put, that nobody trusts Pakistan on the global arena. Let me ask you another follow-up question to that. Quite clearly, Mr. Chandrasekhar, India has penetrated the defenses, the air defenses of Pakistan. Look, in last half a decade, China has been trying to build both the aerial as well as the naval defenses of Pakistan. Remember, that is a capability that United States was always coy in giving them, but Chinese have been very liberal in giving them. So they've been trying to build those defenses, and India has demonstrated without any doubt that irrespective of those defenses, we will hit them where it hurts them the most. So again, I ask you, do you think that that message will have some moving impact in the brains, in the minds of the Pakistani generals? Forget about the civilian establishment, they are hardly a player in this game.
Look, I think, look, Nikunj, I'm not a psychologist, and I certainly don't know how to diagnose madness and mad people. It is not a specialty that I'm capable of. There are mad people there. There are mad generals there. There are people, and this is a history of Pakistan. You had Musharraf, who was mad, who had a madness moment in Kargil. You have the General Munir, who's certainly, walking the traditions of mad generals, megalomaniacs. And so to ask anybody today to predict what their thinking is and what their behavior is going to be is asking for the impossible. But what we can certainly predict, what we can certainly assume is that the Pakistani generals, even the maddest of them, have understood that in the terms of capability, India today is at a very different level, and they can buy, they can steal, they can do whatever they want with Chinese technology. But what India has developed in terms of technological, offensive and defensive capability, imaging, sensor, is absolutely unprecedented. And Pakistan will have to play a big, long effort in trying to come anywhere close to this kind of capability. And as India continues to build its capability, it will be a losing battle for Pakistan. So if there are sane generals, they will understand. But there are, unfortunately, in Pakistan, a lot of madmen who also happen to be wearing uniforms. So it's very, very difficult to predict.
Right, sir, my last question to you, and this is with regards to something which very unfortunately happened yesterday. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, was trolled relentlessly, and he had to go private on X. Of course, the IAS and IPS officers associations have condemned it. But, you know, the madness that we saw on social media in particular, there is a situation right now where you have Shashi Tharoor, Salman Khurshid, several Congress leaders coming out in his support saying that this is preposterous. What are your thoughts?
No, look, Vikram Misri is an absolutely gentleman. He's a patriot. I know him reasonably well. He's an absolutely top-class bureaucrat and public servant. And I think the efforts yesterday of trying to intimidate him and undermine him on social media are absolutely shameful. This is a government that is working 24/7 to protect the interests of India and protect the interests of every Indian citizen. They have conducted Operation Sindhur in an absolutely meticulous manner and delivered justice to 27 families. And therefore, I would urge people to get off this, trolling and really be supportive, be united with the government of India, with the men and women in uniform, because we have a common enemy, and that is Pakistan. We have a common threat, which is terrorism. And united, we can prevail and demolish this. And that is certainly what our anger and our frustration should be focused at, not on our own people, and certainly not on distinguished public servants like Vikram Misri.
United we prevail is the message coming from the Kerala BJP chief, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Thank you very much for joining NDTV this morning.
And now we are moving on to the ground reports, because India is waking up after one full night of near peace. There is normalcy which is happening everywhere. So, you know, it's happy faces and lovely breakfast happening in several districts along the LOC and international border. Here's a special report by Gurpreet Chinna, who spoke to morning walkers in Firozpur.
We have seen, as a precaution, in all the border areas of Punjab, they have already extended 1 day more holiday for the children, because they don't want to take any chance, because today there is a very crucial meeting which is going to happen on these issues. But right now we are in Firozpur. We have seen here life is total calm, life is total normal. The people have already restored their works also, their routine works they have already started. Some of the people, we are reporting from one of the park from Firozpur. We can see, ma'am, there is no restriction, nothing. The life is normal.
Life is all normal over here. 2 to 3 days back, it was quite scary. But आज से बच्चों के स्कूल भी शुरू हो गए हैं. अभी कल से शुरू हो जाएंगे. आज तो अभी स्कूल बंद ही हैं. पर मार्केट्स में सब लोगों ने अपना काम शुरू कर दिया है. हॉस्पिटल सारे पूरे चल रहे हैं. And everything is fine. We are quite at peace. जंग आपा जीत गया. जय जवान जय किसान.
आप डॉक्टर हो तो आपने हॉस्पिटल जाना आना शुरू कर दिया, क्योंकि आप
हमने कभी बंद ही नहीं किया था. हमने कभी बंद ही नहीं किया था. हम ब्लैकआउट के टाइम भी काम कर रहे थे.
लेकिन अभी कह रहे हैं कि ब्लैकआउट वॉलंटरली है, कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है.
फिरोजपुर में ब्लैकआउट का पूरा पालन हो रहा है.
तो आप भी देख रहे हैं, मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, कुछ लोग जिम जा रहे हैं, तो पूरा नॉर्मल हो गया.
सब पहले तो काफ़ी सिचुएशन काफ़ी पैनिक थी, लेकिन आज की डेट में जैसे कल से बच्चों के स्कूल खुल जाएंगे तो रूटीन सब लोग अपनी रूटीन लाइफ में वापस आ रहे हैं.
तो 2 दिन पहले देखा है कि ड्रोन मूवमेंट्स होती है, उसके बाद यहाँ से बहुत रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं. हमने लगातार कई विलेज जो बॉर्डर के गांव हैं वहाँ भी गए हैं, लोग वापस आना शुरू हो गए. यहाँ से भी कई लोग चले गए थे, सब वापस आ रहे हैं.
सब धीरे धीरे कर सभी वापस आ रहे हैं. जैसे फिरोजपुर के गांव में ड्रोन अटैक हुआ था, वहाँ पर 3 बंदे जो थे वो सीरियस कंडीशन में थे, जो एक की तो डेथ हो गई थी. तो रूटीन लाइफ में जैसे चल रहा है, बस वैसे लाइफ में सभी को आना चाहिए. जैसे भी फिरोजपुर का माहौल है, जैसे हम पीस के हिसाब से हम चलते हैं, तो पीस के हिसाब से यहाँ पे होना चाहिए.
And reports are coming in from across the country. Nazir Masoodi is joining us from Poonch. Nazir, you know, you got us the first exclusive with Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. This was the first time he spoke after the success of Operation Sindoor. But overall, what are you seeing in that crucial border district? I mean, just as other cities, we saw that also faced the brunt, and there were sirens and explosions, but it appears certainly all's well this morning.
Well, I'm at Srinagar, and this was the place which was first victim of the Pakistani shelling when civilian areas were hit. And from here, it is 45 minutes or 1 hour drive to Poonch city. And when I'll show you at exactly amount of destruction which has been caused to the civilian homes, shops, religious places by Pakistani shelling. Good news is this was the first night of calm, night of relative peace. After 3 weeks of first small arms firing, then heavy artillery use, which actually people place like here in Poonch, they bore the brunt. So many people have been killed, lives have been destroyed, people have lost limbs. People have lost businesses, everything. So finally, there's some light at the end of the tunnel after ceasefire understanding. People are heaving sigh of relief. And this district, Poonch, was the worst hit and where we had maximum civilian casualties.
Nazir, I would request you to just show around where you are. Of course, you are very close to the line of control, as you said. Just show around, you know, so that the people in the rest of the country can get a sense of the normalcy that is returning now. I mean, of course, it's not all very normal, and it will all also not become very normal very, very quickly. It will take time and certainly take much longer for people's wounds to heal than the wounds on the property and establishments. But just try and show around, if you can, as much as possible as to how much the quiet is prevailing or what is the latest situation there where you are.
Well, it's almost normal today, and Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is reaching here to Poonch today to visit the places where there have been destruction. But clearly, we have seen first time people coming out from their homes without fear. People coming out, and schools will be opened across Jammu and Kashmir from tomorrow. And here, as you can see, the security force movement, but apparently Chief Minister is, here in visiting Post today to review see the amount of damage which has been caused in Pakistani shelling. So that now it is the responsibility of the government to show the, reach out to people, start their rehabilitation so that their lives are rebuilt. They cannot bring back any life which have those who have been killed, but clearly it can surely help people to rebuild their lives, some sort of balm to those who have suffered in this massive shelling. So as you can see, the cavalcade of Chief Minister here moving and going to Poonch. It is something, their people are now waiting for the government to help them because they have become the victim of Pakistan's aggression when there was heavy shelling on the civilian areas. But good news is, Nikunj, it was the first night after 3 weeks. 3 weeks, not just few days. Because after massacre of innocent people in Pahalgam, the small arm firing start along the line of control. But after May 7, strike by India on terror camps in Pakistan at 9 sites, there was heavy artillery guns were used here, and the Poonch was the first victim of that shelling where innocent people were killed and also religious places were targeted.
All right. Nazir, since you were speaking about Omar Abdullah and he being there, of course, he's come to meet the families of those who lost their lives. Nazir spoke to Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister. Of course, his big concern remains, rebuilding those homes which have been destroyed by indiscriminate shelling which happened along the LOC, and several, homes being destroyed then. But of course, all's well this morning is what we are picking up. Let's listen into what Omar Abdullah told NDTV's Nazir Masoodi.
This is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed, and yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has, by design, unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is, there's a larger question is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time, I was saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling, and it wasn't just sort of tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
And at 6:30 p.m. yesterday, we got details, operational details of Operation Sindoor. In fact, 3 DGMOs addressed that press conference. Let's listen in to what they said, and then I'll ask Nikunj to analyze it, the significance and the big takeaways.
Decision was taken to strike where it would hurt, and towards that in a swift, coordinated, calibrated attack, we struck his air bases, command centers, military infrastructure, air defense systems across the entire Western Front. The bases we struck include Chaklala, Rafiki, and mind you, Chaklala is Islamabad, Rahim Yar Khan, Sakar, sending a clear message that aggression will not be tolerated.
Forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a decisive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani naval and air units to be in a defensive posture, mostly inside harbors or very close to the coast, which we monitored continuously.
I have no doubt in my mind that we achieved total surprise, and those strikes across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul Malik Rauf, and Mudassir Ahmed that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast. There was also a term of reference and our own binding, self-imposed restriction to target only terrorists and thus prevent collateral damage. There were 9 camps that you are now all familiar with, which were confirmed by our various intelligence agencies to be inhabited. Some of these were in POJK, while there were others that were located in the Punjab province in Pakistan.
So the tri-service synergy evident in that press conference, and something that they spoke about also elaborately, it is certainly a proof of India's growing joint warfare capability. Nikunj, how should that press conference be read? Of course, extremely professional in nature, complete devoid of any kind of celebratory tone.
Well, yes, completely devoid of any kind of chest thumping and celebratory tone. Absolutely correctly put, Maria. My sense is that there was a lot of misinformation warfare that the Pakistanis had unleashed. And my sense is, like the duty-bound armed forces of a nation that is otherwise commanded by a civilian authority and armed forces act on the directions of that civilian authority, the military planners and the military chiefs decided that their version or the version that the nation wants to hear as to what happened should go out in a credible manner, in a credible fashion by the military, active military commanders who actually planned this strike and carried out eventually this strike. And that is why that press conference, shying short of operational details as they are expected to, making it completely professional and clarifying on the official directions where they say that it was self-imposed restriction that we followed, and we said that only the terrorists will be hit, only the terror targets and camps would be targeted, and only the terror masterminds would be penalized in this strike. They have clarified a lot of things, and I'm very happy and glad that in an otherwise toxic space of social media, also after this briefing of the 3 active commanders of all 3 services, the clarity of message is absolutely evident, and saner minds, people who wish to be sane and people who wish to understand a sane message, have picked up the right thread of the messaging that has come from the military commander.
Yes, and a new normal, as we have been saying, the new normal in rules of engagement between the 2 nations has been set. India has maintained that it was non-escalatory in nature, but that was about Operation Sindoor .1, when it actually targeted terror bases. When it was forced, then it went ahead and retaliated and went right inside Pakistan again and targeting military air bases, military bases and air bases inside Pakistan. We have Aishwarya joining us as well now. Aishwarya, the DGMO talks will happen roughly around 12 noon. That becomes crucial because, but when we say it's a hotline conversation will happen, what should we be expecting and what is the protocol that's followed?
Well, at 1200 hours, the DGMOs of India and Pakistan will be connecting, and this for the second time. Just before the ceasefire announcement, there was this high-level talk between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan, which finally came to a conclusion that there is an bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan that there will be no kinetic action that will be taken as far as the ceasefire along with the line of control and the international border, and that was implemented on ground as well. It is the second time today, as being declared by the Foreign Secretary earlier, that on May 12th and at 1200 hours, there will be another level of talks. The yesterday's press conference clearly indicated that the only point of agenda will be that how the further implementation of the decision and the understanding that has been taken would be implemented, and that will be discussed. No other things will be discussed. That's been very clear on the Indian Indian part, and the earlier decisions that were taken by the government of India that will continue to go on. Few things very important that has been said yesterday as well, that it is the Chief of Army Staff who had given full authority to Indian Army that any misadventures of Pakistan will be responded accordingly, and also the role of Indian Navy came into light for the very first time since Operation Sindhur began, and all the evidences, visual evidences that were showcased to the world yesterday by after the press conference, that had very categorically cleared the picture that how Indian Army was there to just target the Pakistani terror infrastructures, and they have demolished it with huge success. The last line that the commander stated yesterday in the press conference, that justice is delivered.
Well, Aishwarya, yes, that's absolutely correct that you have put out for viewers that only the operational details will be discussed in the DGMO talks, and that's for that very purpose that hotline was established, and that hotline continues. The Director General Military Operations discuss all the operational matters. In this, quite clearly, the Indians will also take up the minor ceasefire violations that were purportedly reported from various places yesterday night, although Army in an official statement has said that it was a night of calm after a very long period of hot LC. Thank you very much, Aishwarya there. reporting from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Air Chief Marshal Khosla joins us now. And I can take that same question to you, Air Marshal. DGMO talks expected today, and military has already come out and said that there was it was a night of relative calm or night of near peace on the frontiers after a very long time. What do you think the DGMOs would be discussing at this point in time?
Yeah, it's a very, very valid question. I think everyone is asking the same question that DGMO talks are scheduled for today and what will be they talking about. So in my opinion, number one, before I start answering that question, I mean, having seen the violation, whatever reason these ceasefire violations took place, but the trust has been broken and it will take a long time to, re-establish. And our forces are on the alert and they remain alert and not go by the face value of saying yes, ceasefire and talks to go on. Having said that, so DGMOs will obviously discuss that when the ceasefire was agreed, wherever the violations taking place, that is the first issue. And secondly, they will talk about, how to ensure that in future it doesn't happen and ceasefire continues. Those measures at the, defense forces level. As far as the larger picture is concerned, the decisions are taken at a much higher body as to which way the relationship should go. So that I don't think they'll be talking about. They'll be talking about mainly about what measures can be put in terms of, military to military talks and the thing so that these skirmishes, smaller ones or the violations don't flare up again.
Do you think that that hotline can ensure that, a Marshal, that if the message is conveyed unequivocally that the maintenance of peace on the frontiers is the primary responsibility or the expectation at this point in time from the Pakistani side? Do you think that message can be drilled home to Pakistanis and we can expect a relative calm to continue?
Absolutely. That I think DGMO will, in no certain uncertain terms will convey that this is a must and we are watching and we are alert and this needs to stop. I mean, you cannot afford to say something and do something else. So that I think message will go absolutely clear in my mind.
Also, Marshal Khosla, one more question to you before I let you go, in the sense that you are a Air Force man. What you have seen through the operation, the Pakistani response, and the Indian counter reaction. See, there are three phases. First, India struck, then Pakistanis tried to react, and then India repelled those attacks and struck back harder, as your colleagues, actually at least your former colleagues yesterday said, at some of the most prominent air bases in Pakistan, like Rahim Yar Khan, which looks like out of action right now. Can you explain to our viewers in the common man's language, Air Marshal, as to what exactly happened post India struck during the Op Sindhur? Can you explain to it, elaborate upon it?
I will explain in the sense like, I look at it in three verticals, what all Indian forces have done. And not only Air Force, I mean, all the three forces together. And what are the results? And that's my perception of the whole thing. But as expected, post-ceasefire, the narrative is going into a different direction. Who called off first? Who, as if that makes out whether it's a victory or a loss, and how many were killed, how many damage. That's not actually important. Important is much bigger picture. So anyway, coming back to your question. So the first part is the striking of 9 terrorist camps and going deep into the headquarters of LET and Jaish-e-Mohammed. As compared to Balakot, if you see, it has a really, really big response, where we struck only one terrorist camp, which had about 300 terrorist interests. But here we have gone into 9 camps, and out of which quite were, populated by these this thing. And these camps were of different this thing, right? Some to headquarters, some were, training camps in terms of training suicide bombers, in terms of training mujahideens. and also logistic, launch pads. So it's a variety of targets. I mean, the response was very, very clear that our patience has run out, and the message was very, very clear. Okay, that is one. The second vertical which I talk about is, Indian forces, they showed, or the India as a country, we showed a big restraint as far as no collateral damage, no military targets initially, and no civilian casualties, no targeting of any infrastructure except for terrorist camps. But Pakistan, when it started showing its color, then also we showed quite a bit of maturity in terms of not fully escalating and exercising, but responding in an equal or maybe slightly more to show our resolve. Okay, now the third part is again very, very important. When the things were getting too much, this last phase of attack, which the three DGMO, DGNO, DG briefed about the damage done on various airfields, I think that was very, very important. If you notice, two things. One is variety of airfields were attacked. It's not only one or two or three. The message was very clear that we can go into all your infrastructure all over your country, wherever it is, number one. Number two, nobody has spoken about the type of targets. If you see, somewhere the runway was hit, a big crater was created, somewhere the hangars were hit, the hangar was destroyed, somewhere the command and control centers were hit, somewhere the radar units were hit, somewhere the surface-to-air missiles were hit. So the variety of targets, what it indicated was that we have the capability of hitting you everywhere. We have the capability of hitting every type of your military infrastructure. And this is just a sample which we have shown you. And second message which went was that we have the resolve to do it if you continue on this path. I think this third part which I covered was very, very important in making Pakistan come to a conclusion. Yes, I think we need to stop.
Resolve to show that we can hit you where we wish to, says former Air Vice Chief Mr. Khosla, Air Vice Marshal Khosla. Thank you very much for joining NDTV and putting it out in perspective for our viewers in a very eloquent fashion. Thank you very much. We are now joined by former Ambassador Manjeev Puri, and I'll ask him a broader question than I have been asking military men. My question to you, Ambassador, is I tried to ask that question to Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who joined us earlier, but obviously, his response has limitations. Let me ask you the same question, repeat the question for you. The Pakistanis have been hit in the heart of Punjab, their jugular, in the heart of Pakistan, almost after 5 decades by India. Do you think that this message will dawn upon the generals there that this is a war which certainly will go up the escalatory ladders even after they have discounted all the support from China and they have factored in all the wherewithal that Chinese have given them? Do you think that this will deter them from future stunning attacks like Pahalgam or no? What is your sense, Ambassador?
Poonch, thank you very much. And for saying that I may have an advantage over Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar. I mean, I really like that for somebody at his level and me, a retired diplomat. Look, Nikhan, let us understand that the Pakistani army has developed the Pakistani state in a certain manner where terrorism is a state policy. The fact that you are able to hit them is something which they realize. They perhaps may not have thought it would be that strong, but certainly they have realized. But to expect that it would deter them and change their posture, etc., I don't think so. You have mentioned the Chinese. Let's add the United States to this. They are, in a sense, a big client state. That's something we should also understand quite clearly. And they play a useful role for them, no matter if some people think that the role is diminishing, etc., etc. Therefore, I don't think in the long term, but at the short term, they had little choice but to sue for peace. These hits, especially in the areas around Rawalpindi, Punjab, etc., that you said, certainly they can't be things that they can just look away, shrug their shoulders and move. It has shown our abilities, the fact that we can reach out deep, not just in the POK areas, etc. There is no doubt that they know what this message is. But I must also tell you, they are quite a hardened military, professional, quite capable, and they spend a lot of money developing themselves, acquiring armaments, etc. But because they have developed themselves in a certain manner, this will go on. Of course, they will certainly take home the message that this is not the India that they were used to. This is a strong India. This is an India which has gone places, and this is an India which is really not just that you can go and do what you want. You get hit and you get punished and you get what you call in Hindi, muh tod jawab.
Then essentially what you are saying is that since they are trained, hardened military professionals, which I have been, discussing for some time now, hit or hits is not going to completely deter them. Then quite clearly, Ambassador, you think that a larger diplomatic offensive, a larger global diplomatic offensive, which is continuously mounted against the Pakistani state for sponsoring terror, is the need of the hour, coupled with such strike whenever they cross the red line. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. You are absolutely right. Look, we've been mounting this effort for a long time. But, we need to understand, as I said, they are a kind of client state. We are a country of consequence in the world. We are a country that matters to the world. The world is interested in us. The fact that we are the fourth biggest economy makes us a country of great interest, even to their backers. And this includes China. Having said all this, as I said, as a client state, they play a different kind of more, let me say, utilitarian role in a certain sense. We have to continue our efforts. But, the thing is, frankly, all these efforts are very important, and you need to get the big world, especially the Western world, to internalize the fact that Pakistan is a state where state sponsorship of terrorism is a state policy. And that it isn't just by accident that in 9/11 they had people involved and they've done things vis-a-vis India which are known, but that this is an ingrained policy. Now, changes. Nikunj, this is a very difficult kind of thing. The Pakistan army has had the country now for almost 75 years, and they've internalized a kind of concept. And for them to stay alive and be relevant in their people, this business of enemy becomes extremely important. And so fomenting trouble, India is certainly the only institutional arrangement, the only country with which they can play this particular card, and they do it. Now, to expect this to change, I hope so, but to me it would appear a generational kind of thing. Let's look at the current thing. Without any doubt, Imran Khan is perhaps the most popular leader in Pakistan, and yet where is he in jail? This is the nature of that society, far from democratizing. It went the exact opposite way, in which, in my opinion, hardly any country in the world has done. But because they are what they are, rather large, they play their geopolitical cards, I wouldn't say adroitly, but they play it blatantly, and they reach out to people. Now also there are reports of their, being able to leverage the fact that places close to their heart got hit, and they are calling in people to help and assist, and in a sense, bolstering themselves as being a kind of useful client state. Look, I don't want to go on further, but I just want to state, India is a country of global, let me say, importance. We are the fourth largest economy. We're going places. The whole world has a vested interest in us, and we have an interest in the world. We just have to be not just much more. We have to be responsible. We have to be careful because we have this rogue state on our border, but we also have to play huge global cards, major global equities. We have to be responsible. We are a country of consequence in the world already, and would be much more as time goes on.
And therefore, mounting that persistent and continuous diplomatic offensive against Pakistan peacefully, in a peaceful manner, would you think, Ambassador, would be our best bet without aggravating further tensions in this region, which is in any case volatile?
Look, tit for tat, not only that, I like that thing, Gola versus Goli. That should be very clear because, these things have, let me say, first instance deterrence. That's important. This message also goes to their major backers, and others realize that, look, you can't trifle with India. That won't be extra. But will we deter it? No. We have to continuously mount this pressure. Look, the pressure got hugely ratcheted up on them after 9/11, which had nothing to do with us. But the fact is that it hasn't deterred. we will have to keep up this pressure. But my understanding is, as the world sees much greater, let me say, utility, benefits, etc., sees a vested interest for themselves in the growth and development of India, and India as a major player in the world, hopefully their salience and their importance for people, even for acts which are unmentionable, it would perhaps come down, and generationally also there would be a move, and there might small chance, very small chance, some kind of a change there, which would ensure that these kind of state policies are not there, and perhaps Pakistan also moves in the direction of being what I should say a normal country with normal ambitions to look after its people, development, and so on. Seems very unlikely, but anyway, the hope should run eternal.
The hope should run, says Ambassador Manjeev Puri. And Ambassador, thank you very much for joining NDTV and explaining in great detail for our viewers this morning. Thank you very much.
That is coming in now. Tri-services chiefs are at Prime Minister's residence. This is a key meeting which is taking place at 7 LKM. Let me go straight to Aishwarya, who's joining us live. Aishwarya, this comes, of course, on the day that DGMO talks will happen at roughly around 12 noon. That will be a hotline that the two, Director Generals will be getting on to. And, when we say that there is a tri-services chief meet at the Prime Minister's residence, what should we be expecting, Nikunj? Particularly this is coming a night after there has been a total calm. There has been, the ceasefire which was arrived at between the two nations has been followed in letter and spirit.
Yes, at least largely that the reports that we are getting, unless the service people have something additional to add on to for the briefing and the benefit of the Prime Minister and the civilian leadership. This quite clearly is a stock-taking meeting, Maria. The apex of the political authority, that is the Prime Minister of the country, is meeting the military brass and all the services arms that were involved in the operations against Pakistan would be giving their briefing to the political leadership as to what last 24 hours entailed, particularly the night entailed. Were there minor breaches? Were there no breaches of ceasefire? Was there complete calm at the borders? And what was the response of the Pakistani side? Particularly because we heard initially that there was some kind of land movement of the military forces from the Pakistani side. What is the status of that movement? Have they halted in their tracks? Have they halted in their tracks, or are they still maintaining the posture that they have come to? I think Aishwarya now joins us from outside the Prime Minister's residence where this meeting is likely to happen. Aishwarya, yet another stock taking by the Prime Minister with all the service chiefs. Quite clearly, this is a diametrically opposite situation today where we have seen peace prevail on our frontiers after a fairly long break.
Well, that's right. In fact, Tri-Services chiefs have arrived at 7 local landmarks at Prime Minister's residence. And this is, of course, to take a stock of the situation at the line of control along with the international border. And it is, of course, a regular briefing that will be done by the chief of the Prime Minister about the decision that has been taken of ceasefire and whether there is any movement along with the line of control. As it was stated earlier, that the Indian Army has been given full authority and free hand to retaliate in a position where there is, of course, any sort of misadventure by the Pakistani Army. It is Prime Minister who has been briefed by the Tri-Services chief who has now arrived at Prime Minister.
So much for joining us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. After a break, we'll be getting you update from all the airports, what is open, what is shut. A quick break and then we return.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Ceasefire holds along the line of control and international border. Army says no incidents reported last night. This is the first calm night India is waking up to in recent days. DGMO talks between India and Pakistan will happen at roughly 12 noon. Top military levels talks will happen on the hotline. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is being briefed by Tri-Services. Support rose foretold. The Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, IAS and IPS Officers Association come out in his support. Pakistan trollers targeted the veteran diplomat. And big jump for markets. Sensex zooms over 2,000 points. Investors cheer US, India, Pakistan ceasefire and US-China trade deal.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusive.
32 airports shut as precautionary measure. Remember, that was announced hours after Operation Sindhur on 7th, and that diktat actually continues. Airlines have issued advisory to the passengers, and this closure will continue till May 15th. Tanushka is joining us live. Is there a thought of a revisit, Tanushka, here? Because India is waking up to near normalcy across the country. Tanushka, if you heard me, my question is there a possibility of a rethink by the Civil Aviation Ministry on this advisory and the diktat which was issued to various airports that they have to be shut? And these are airports, ladies and gentlemen, in Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and of course in Jammu and Kashmir. These are states, remember, which were disturbed particularly because of their long border along the international border, which is with Pakistan and the line of control. Tanushka, if you heard me.
Yes, I did. So yes, there is a rethink that is currently underway. We do understand that, still we haven't heard from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. So as of yet, these 32 airports that have been temporarily shut continue to remain so for civil flight operations until May 15th. However, with the ceasefire agreement, there may be a rethink with respect to this decision, whether or not, these airports are to reopen and resume with civil flight operations is something that is being, discussed upon as we speak. And we do understand as of yet, however, even with Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, even he took to social media platform X urging the Civil Aviation Ministry and the DGCA to reopen these airports, namely to name a few of Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Srinagar, Chandigarh, then there is Jaisalmer, Jodhpur as well, of these 32 airports. And we do understand that he is also asked for these flights to resume operations. So we're of course awaiting a response from the Aviation Ministry as regards these 32 airports. At the metro cities such as that of Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, these airports have been functioning at normal. On a daily basis, these airports have been putting out advisories and updates that their operations are continuing smoothly.
Tanushka, another point I would like to ask you is that the situation is dynamic, and of course a large number of these 32 airports are in the frontier zones, but some of them are also in the rear. Can the government now calibrate this and in a recalibrated strategy start to open airports in phased manner? Is that a possibility that you think that the Civil Aviation Ministry would be considering currently?
That may be the case because precautionary measures, this move was taken as a precautionary measure, and the fact that it was extended earlier, the airports were shut until May 10th, and the shutting down also happened in a phased manner as well. First, it was 20 airports, then it became 24, and then eventually it came to 32. So similarly, it may happen that airports may start reopening in a phased manner as well. However, something conclusive on this is yet to come about with respect to the reopening.
Anushka, thank you for that quick update. On that note, we are slipping into a short break, and then we'll continue to track two developments very, very closely. One, the Tri-Services Chiefs meeting Prime Minister Modi at his residence, and then the DGMO talks which will happen on the hotline at 12 noon. Two stories, and this is your destination for all that's breaking. A quick break, and then Gargi returns on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, all the top developments. It's been a night of calm along the international border, as well as the LOC key meeting taking place at the Prime Minister's residence. All that and more up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. A key meeting takes place ahead of the India-Pak army talks, which will take place at noon. The Tri-Services chiefs are at the Prime Minister's residence, and key DGMO level talks will be taking place at noon. A briefing expected at 2:30 on Operation Sindhur. The ceasefire holds along the line of control and international border. It's been the first night of calm ever since the ceasefire violations first began after the Pahalgam attack. The army says no incidents, first calm night in recent days. And support grows for the trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and Rajiv Chandrasekhar. The BJP chief of Kerala says absolutely shameful to undermine the Foreign Secretary in this manner. Some good news on the markets front. The Sensex zooms over 2,100 points this morning. Investors cheer the India and Pakistan ceasefire as well as the US-China trade deal. And more on that breakthrough. The US announces the major trade deal with China, says this was achieved during the trade talks. Asian markets rise on the announcement of the trade deal. US President Donald Trump demands Ukraine-Russia talks. Zelensky offers to meet Putin in Turkey this week. So more developments on that front, and the two leaders could meet in Turkey. All right, let's get you all the top developments taking place. While it has been the first night of calm along the LOC and international border, right now you have a key meeting taking place at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, where the tri-service chiefs have all arrived to meet with the Prime Minister, Defence Minister and Chief of Defence Staff are also all part of this meeting. So this key meeting taking place just ahead of those DGMO level talks, which will take place between India and Pakistan in a short while from now. Around noon is when the Army Brass hotline call is expected. This is another call, really. Remember, India has said that the talks or any communication between India and Pakistan will remain at the DGMO level. So that those talks will take place at noon today. Also a briefing expected again at 2:30 on Operation Sindhur. Yesterday we saw that briefing which spoke about the entirety of the operation, the kind of damage wrought in Pakistan, how deep India went into Pakistan, how army bases there were destroyed, how India even managed to cause damage in Rawalpindi. So another briefing is expected at 2:30. As we said, the good news has been that last night remained largely peaceful across Jammu and Kashmir and other areas along the international border. Well, we'll be going across to our reporters for more on this story. And currently this high-level meeting taking place. Remember, the Prime Minister has been holding a series of meetings ever since Operation Sindhur began, even before that, which we have been bringing to you all those details. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now, who joins us for more. And Aishwarya, so what can you tell us about the meeting taking place and this meeting coming just ahead of the India-Pakistan DGMO level talks?
Well, that's right. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding this crucial meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is his residence. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Tri-Services Chief CDS Anil Chauhan and NSA Ajit Doval all have arrived. And since the Operation Sindhur began, or since the Pahalgam terror attack, we are witnessing on a daily basis, there is this kind of briefing that Prime Minister takes from the top security officials. He's been briefed about each and every development. Yesterday also, we have seen in the afternoon Prime Minister holding that crucial meeting of the top security officials of the country. Of course, this has, it's been more than 24 hours that the ceasefire has been announced, and to take the stock of the situation, Prime Minister holding this high-level meeting at 1200 hours is the time that was announced earlier on 12th of May that there will be DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan via hotline, and this specifically will only concentrated towards the bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan to stop the firing exchange at the line of control or at the international borders through land, sea and air, and nothing else apart from it will be discussed. But the situation remains tense. The yesterday's briefing and the DGMO clearly stated that the Chief of Defence Staff had given the authority to the Indian Army to, clearly take care of the situation, and if there is any sort of misadventure by the Pakistani, then they have given the authority to retaliate accordingly. Apart from it, it was also, various details with the kind of, the evidences that the Indian Army gave, that also came out. But it is very important to note that soon after the commanders of Indian Air Force, Navy and Army held that press conference, there was late night press conference from the Pakistani side as well, which was, of course, again, a kind of propaganda, a kind of fake narratives that they wanted to set, and that was busted by the Indian officials yesterday as well. And at the press briefing that is expected at 2:30 again, there would be more, such propaganda or the fake narratives that can be busted, and more operational details can be given. But certainly,
Aishwarya, sorry to interrupt you. Yes, that meeting, Aishwarya reporting from outside the Prime Minister's residence where that meeting is taking place. But let's go across to where the BJP is addressing a press conference.
जिस प्रकार का टेरर डेमोलिशन, जिस प्रकार आतंकवाद का खात्मा बीते कुछ दिनों में हमने भारतवर्ष में देखा है, भारतवर्ष ने जिस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान में आतंकी अड्डों को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से समाप्त किया है, वह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में एक संदेश भेजता है, एक निर्णायक संदेश, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई के विरोध, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक संदेश। इसलिए आज का ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, इसको संबोधित करते हुए मुझे गर्व की अनुभूति हो रही है। अदम्य साहस का परिचय दिया है भारत की सेना ने, अदम्य साहस। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हम सभी कार्यकर्ता, आज सारा भारत धन्यवाद करता है भारत की आर्मी का, भारत की सेना का, भारत की एयरफोर्स का, भारत की नेवी का और उन तमाम जाबाज सेनानियों का जिनके कारण आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सफल हुआ है। अगर सही मायने में देखा जाए तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और उसके विषय में पूरा हिंदुस्तान आज जानता है, क्योंकि कई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हुए। कल भी तीनों डीजीएमओ ने मिलकर के देश को संबोधित किया और तमाम तथ्य जो देश जानना चाहता था उसे उन्होंने हमारे समक्ष रखा। मगर मुझे लगता है कि एक आम नागरिक के भाषा में, बहुत साधारण भाषा में आज मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि ये जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ है, किस प्रकार से इससे हिंदुस्तान आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ने में एक निर्णायक भूमिका हिंदुस्तान ने अदा किया है। आप सभी जानते हैं 22 तारीख का वो दिन, दैट अनफॉर्चुनेट डे ऑन 22 ऑफ अप्रैल, जब पहलगाम में 26 लोगों का नृशंस हत्या कर दिया गया था आतंकवादियों द्वारा। वह आतंकवादी जो पाकिस्तान से आए थे, वह आतंकवादी जो पाकिस्तान द्वारा प्रशिक्षित किए गए थे, आतंकवादियों द्वारा प्रशिक्षित किए गए थे। उनमें 25 भारतीय थे और एक नेपाली नागरिक था। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी उस समय विदेश दौरे में थे, सऊदी अरब में थे। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी तुरंत भारत लौट के आते हैं और उन्होंने जनता की बात को सुना। जनता ने उस समय एक मांग रखी कि आतंकवाद के ऊपर हमला हो, हमें बदला लेना है पहलगाम के इस आतंकवादी हमले का। प्रधानमंत्री ने बिहार की भूमि से ऐलान किया और ये वादा किया कि मैं वादा करता हूं कि जो आपकी इच्छा है कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमला होगा, हम पहलगाम के इस आतंकवादी हमले का बदला लेंगे। वी विल एवेंज द डेथ ऑफ 26 पीपल। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा ये जो बदला होगा यह आतंकवादियों के कल्पना से बाहर का बदला होगा, और जो बदला हुआ वो आतंकवादियों के कल्पना के बाहर का बदला था। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम घुस के मारेंगे और मिट्टी में मिलाएंगे आतंकवादी के ठिकानों को और आतंकवादियों के ठिकानों को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के निर्णय ने और हमारे सेना के अदम्य साहस ने मिट्टी में मिलाने का काम किया। यह वादा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का था। 22 तारीख से 7 मई तक लगभग ये 14 दिन आप सभी ने देखा पूरे भारतवर्ष में एक प्रकार से एक माहौल टेंशन का था, प्रेशर का था कि तुरंत निर्णय किया जाए, तुरंत एक्शन में आया जाए। बहुत सूझबूझ के साथ, सोच समझ करके, स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ पाकिस्तान भी जानता था कि हमला होगा। एयर स्ट्राइक पहले हो चुका था, किस प्रकार सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पहले हो चुकी थी। पाकिस्तान पूरी तरह जानता था कि इस बार भी छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, मगर उसके बावजूद पाकिस्तान इतना दिमाग लगाने के पश्चात वह डेट नहीं जान पाया जिस दिन यह हमला होना था। 22 तारीख से 7 तारीख के बीच में कुछ नॉन मिलिट्री एक्शंस जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान को कमजोर किया, वह प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और भारत की सरकार ने लिया। ये जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर है, इसका एक मिलिट्री पोर्शन है तो एक नॉन मिलिट्री पोर्शन भी है। और नॉन मिलिट्री पोर्शन में सबसे बड़ी बात इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी, जो सिंधु नदी समझौता 1960 का था, उसे स्थगित किया गया, अबेयंस में रखा गया। आप सभी जानते हैं लगभग 90% पाकिस्तान जो है इसी पानी पर निर्भर करता है। लगभग 80% उनका जो कृषि है इस पानी पर निर्भर करता है। इस पानी को यदि रोक दिया जाए तो पाकिस्तान की 1/4 जीडीपी गिर जाती है। इस पाकिस्तान को अगर इस पानी से वंचित रखा जाए तो पाकिस्तान के हालात वैसे होंगे कि उनकी जीडीपी लुढ़केगी, कृषि लुढ़केगा। केवल कृषि और जीडीपी नहीं, उनके पावर कट्स होंगे और इस प्रकार का माहौल पाकिस्तान में पैदा होगा कि पाकिस्तान एक फ्रजाइल स्टेट के रूप में, अभी भी फ्रजाइल है, और फ्रजाइल स्टेट के रूप में वो सामने आएगा। झेलम और चनाब अब संपूर्ण रूप से भारत सरकार के अधिकार में है, अधिकार क्षेत्र में है। और जिस प्रकार से यहां हम बांध बनाने की और रिवर को आगे बढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं, नए रिजर्वॉयर, इरिगेशन और हाइड्रो पावर से जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख, पंजाब एवं हरियाणा, इन राज्यों को बहुत फायदा मिलने वाला है। ये कहा गया कि पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा। मित्रों, जरा सोच के देखिए, 50 वर्षों तक जो संभव नहीं हुआ था, किसी भी युद्ध में यह संभव नहीं हुआ था कि इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को रोक दिया जाए। जो संभव नहीं हुआ था वह असंभव काम संभव हुआ इस बार। अटारी वाघा बॉर्डर को भी रोक दिया गया। दोनों देशों के बीच में कोई ट्रेड नहीं होगा और इसका खामियाजा कोई भुगतेगा तो वो पाकिस्तान की इकोनॉमी भुगतेगी। इसके साथ ही जिन लोगों के पास पाकिस्तान का वीजा था और वो हिंदुस्तान में, पाकिस्तान के नागरिक जो हिंदुस्तान के वीजा के साथ भारतवर्ष में रह रहे थे, उन सब को बाहर निकाला गया। पाकिस्तान का कोई भी आर्टिस्ट, कोई भी परफॉर्मेंस वो भारतवर्ष में नहीं हो सकता है। इस प्रकार के कड़े प्रतिबंध पाकिस्तान के ऊपर लगाए गए। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लगभग 20 देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्षों से सीधी बातचीत की। हाउ टू आइसोलेट पाकिस्तान, हाउ टू फाइट अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, तमाम देशों ने भारत का समर्थन किया। सऊदी अरब, यूएई, यूएस, आप सोचिए इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड के बड़े देश हैं सऊदी अरब और यूएई, इन्होंने भारतवर्ष का पूर्णतः समर्थन किया। जिस समय पहलगाम का हमला हुआ था, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री सऊदी अरब में थे। सऊदी अरब के अपने दौरे को जब वो छोड़ के आए, तब उनको वहां एश्योरेंस दिया गया कि आप जाइए, हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं, वी सपोर्ट यू, हम टेरर के खिलाफ आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के लड़ेंगे। पाकिस्तान वॉज आइसोलेटेड। ये जो नॉन मिलिट्री एक्शन लिया गया, आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि 50 वर्षों से भी अधिक समय तक जो टूल्स कभी इस्तेमाल नहीं किए गए थे, जिस क्षेत्र में भारतवर्ष कभी नहीं गया था, वह टूल्स इस्तेमाल किए गए और अपने आप में भारत के लिए ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। बहुत बड़ी बात है कि इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को रोका गया, 20 से अधिक देशों का समर्थन, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक हमले की तैयारी, और 6 और 7 मई 2025 उस रात निर्णायक हमला होता है आतंकवाद के ऊपर। सभी जानते हैं कि 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने जो POJK में थे और पाकिस्तान में थे, उन्हें ध्वस्त किया गया। यह ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक बहुत बड़ा दायरा तय करता है। इसने पूरे विश्व को दिखाया कि भारतवर्ष क्या कर सकता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दिखाया कि केवल LOC नहीं, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर के पार जाके भी भारत पाकिस्तान के अंदर किसी भी टारगेट को प्रिसाइसली उस पर हमला कर सकता है और आतंकवाद के खौफ को समाप्त कर सकता है। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन का लक्ष्य क्या था, इसे समझने की आवश्यकता है। लक्ष्य क्या था? क्या हमने लक्ष्य की पूर्ति की? What was the aim of Operation Sindoor? Did we achieve what we aimed for? क्या लक्ष्य था? नंबर 1 लक्ष्य था आतंकवादी ठिकाने जो दूर दराज इलाके में हैं पाकिस्तान में, जहां आज तक कोई नहीं पहुंच पाया, जहां आज तक पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को लगता था कि वो सुरक्षित हैं, वहां तक पहुंचना यह लक्ष्य था। दूसरा लक्ष्य था आतंकवादियों को ढेर करना, मार देना। तीसरा लक्ष्य था इन टारगेटों को जमींदोज करना, उन्हें मिट्टी से मिला देना। चौथा लक्ष्य था इस पूरे काम को करते हुए कोई भी सिविलियन, उसके ऊपर किसी प्रकार से कोई इंजुरी नहीं होना। और अंतिम लक्ष्य था किसी प्रकार के मिलिट्री, जो पाकिस्तान का मिलिट्री या सैन्य बेस हो, उसके ऊपर हमला नहीं करना। अर्थात यह लड़ाई आतंकवाद के खिलाफ थी। यह लक्ष्य था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का। दिस वॉज अ फाइट अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म एंड टेररिस्ट्स। क्या हम लक्ष्य को पा पाए? आप देखिए, जब यह हमला हुआ तो 9 ठिकाने ध्वस्त हुए, उनमें 5 POJK में थे, पाक ऑक्यूपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर में, और 4 पाकिस्तान में थे। सबसे बड़ी बात है, पहली बार पंजाब प्रोविंस, जो कि पाकिस्तान का एक बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशन है, पंजाब प्रोविंस उनका हृदय है पाकिस्तान का, उसके अंदर भारतवर्ष घुस करके आतंकवादियों का सफाया करता है। यह अपने आप में छोटी बात नहीं है। This is a big achievement as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. लश्कर-ए-तैयबा, जैश-ए-मोहम्मद, हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन, इनके ठिकाने ध्वस्त होते हैं। और मैं यहां वो नाम पढ़ना चाहूंगा। ये जो 9 नाम है, 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने, मैं आज देश से अपील करना चाहूंगा, तमाम भारतीयों से अपील करना चाहूंगा कि ये नाम हमें स्मरण करना है। आने वाले 100 वर्षों तक हमें इन नामों को याद दिलाते रहना है, दोहराना है। जब भी आतंकवाद सर उठाए तो हमें ये चित्र दिखाने हैं कि तुम्हारा क्या हश्र किया था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने, भारत की सेना ने, भारत की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने और भारतीयों ने। इसलिए मैं नाम पढ़ना चाहूंगा। सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो POJK में है, 30 किलोमीटर दूर है LOC से, उसे ठिकाना लगाया गया। लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग में और 24 अक्टूबर 2024 गुलमर्ग में जो आतंकी हमले हुए थे, उसमें यहां से आतंकवादी आए थे। और सबसे बड़ी बात, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को जो आतंकवादी आकर पहलगाम में हमारे नागरिकों को मार के गए थे, हमारी बहनों के माथे से जिन्होंने सिंदूर पोंछने का काम किया था, उनका प्रशिक्षण भी इसी केंद्र में हुआ था, सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद। सैयदाना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, ये जैसे मोहम्मद का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था, ये दूसरा कैंप जो ध्वस्त हुआ। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, ये LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था, लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का बेस था। और 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में, 9 जून 2024 को जो तीर्थ यात्री को बस में हमला करके मारने का काम किया था। आतंकवादी यहां गुलपुर कैंप से आए थे जो कोटली में है, उसे ध्वस्त किया गया। बरनाला कैंप बिरगढ़, बरनाला कैंप जो 9 किलोमीटर दूर है एलओसी से, उसे समाप्त किया गया। अब्बास कैंप कोटली जो 13 किलोमीटर दूर है एलओसी से, लश्कर-ए तैयबा का फिदाइन सेंटर है और 15 आतंकवादियों को एक साथ ट्रेन कर सकता है, उसे ध्वस्त करके गिराया गया। सरजाल कैंप सियालकोट अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से। सांबा कठुआ के सामने है और मार्च 2025 में जम्मू और कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवान शहीद हुए थे। उनको मारने का काम इन्हीं आतंकवादियों ने किया था जो सरजाल कैंप से आए थे सियालकोट के। उस कैंप को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट जो कि 12 से 18 किलोमीटर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से दूर है, मैं एलओसी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से, और हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का अड्डा है, बहुत बड़ा कैंप है। कठुआ और जम्मू क्षेत्र में जो भी आतंकवादी गतिविधि होती है, सियालकोट के इस मजनूमा जाया कैंप से आतंकवादी भेजे जाते हैं। भारतवर्ष ने उसे ध्वस्त किया। मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के जो कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूर है। 2008 के मुंबई का जो हमला हुआ था 26/11 के नाम से जिसे हम जानते हैं, उसमें जो आतंकवादी आए थे अजमल कसाब और डेविड हेडली, उनकी ट्रेनिंग मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के में हुआ था। और आज मैं फक्र के साथ कह सकता हूं, गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भारत की सेना ने, भारत की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने और भारतीयों ने मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के को ध्वस्त किया है, समाप्त किया है। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है। विश्व में किसी ने ऐसा नहीं सोचा होगा, पाकिस्तान ने तो सपने में भी नहीं सोचा होगा कि भारत की सेना के पास, भारत की एयरफोर्स के पास और भारत के राजनेताओं के पास ऐसी इच्छा शक्ति होगी कि इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर दूर घुस के वो हमारे आतंकी अड्डे को ध्वस्त कर सकते हैं। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह जो कि जैशे मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था, उस मुख्यालय को भारत की वायुसेना ने ध्वस्त किया। यह कोई छोटा विषय नहीं है। यह बहावलपुर एक ऐसा स्थान है जहां यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, यूएस भी अपने ड्रोन नहीं भेज पाया था। उस जगह पे भारत घुस के मारता है। आज का भारत, आज का नया भारत यही है। ये नाम, जो 9 नाम मैंने पढ़े, हमें याद रखने चाहिए, मगर उन नामों के साथ मैं कुछ और भी बताना चाहता हूं। जो आतंकवादी मारे गए, एक लक्ष्य था आतंक के ठिकानों को, आतंक के अड्डों को सफाई करना, ध्वस्त कर देना। दूसरा लक्ष्य था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का, आतंकवादियों को चुन चुन कर मारना, उन्हें मिट्टी में मिलाना। 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी मारे गए, 100 से अधिक। मैं कुछ आतंकवादियों के नाम पढ़ता हूं जिनको कि हम डिस्कस करते थे डिबेट्स में, टीवी पे, यूएन में, जिनको कि यूएस ने भी कंडेम कर रखा था। मैं नाम पढ़ रहा हूं। मुदस्सर कादियान खास उर्फ मुदस्सर उर्फ अबू जुंदाल। अबू जुंदाल नाम से हम जानते थे इस आतंकवादी को। और जो लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था, वो मरकज तैयबा का जो मुरीदके में है, उसका इंचार्ज था। जब वो मरा तो उसके गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर, उसका जो जनाजा निकला, उसमें पाकिस्तान के आर्मी के अधिकारी थे, पाकिस्तान आर्मी के चीफ थे, पंजाब सीएम मरियम नवाज भी उसमें रही। आप सोचिए, ये एक सरकारी जमीन पर हुई और तमाम बड़े लोग, सरकारी लोग पाकिस्तान के उसमें शामिल हुए, जिससे कि यह सिद्ध होता है कि टेरर एंड द स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ टेरर आर हैंड इन ग्लव टुगेदर। आतंकवादी और जो आतंकवादियों को बढ़ावा देने वाले, वो एक साथ काम करते हैं। दूसरा, हाफिज मोहम्मद जमील, ये जैशे मोहम्मद का आतंकवादी है। ये ब्रदर इन लॉ, साला था मौलाना मसूर अजहर का, और इंचार्ज था मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर का, वह भी मारा गया। तीसरा आतंकवादी मोहम्मद यूसुफ अजहर उर्फ उस्ताद जी उर्फ मोहम्मद सलीम उर्फ घोशी साहब जैसे मोहम्मद का नामी आतंकवादी, और यह भी मौलाना मसूद अजहर से जुड़ा हुआ था और यह वेपन ट्रेनिंग देता था जैसे मोहम्मद का। और सबसे बड़ी बात, IC 184 के हाईजैकिंग में इसका हाथ था। IC 814 के हाईजैकिंग में इसका हाथ था, वह भी मारा जाता है। चौथा आतंकवादी खालिद उर्फ अबू अक्स का। खालिद ये लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था, फैसलाबाद में मारा गया और वहां उसका फ्यूनरल होता है। अब मैं ये तस्वीर दिखाना चाहूंगा, आप ये तस्वीर देखिए। ये तस्वीर कोई साधारण तस्वीर नहीं है, यह तस्वीर है उन आतंकवादियों का जिनका जनाजा निकला। और इस तस्वीर में मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा कि ये जो खड़ा है सामने व्यक्ति, इस व्यक्ति का नाम है, ये LET का कमांडर है, लश्कर तैयबा का कमांडर है अब्दुल रऊफ, जो खुद एक स्पेशली डेजिग्नेटेड ग्लोबल टेररिस्ट, जिसको US के ट्रेजरी बेंच ने डेजिग्नेट कर रखा है। अमेरिका के ट्रेजरी बेंच ने इसे आतंकवादी घोषित कर रखा है। वह सामने खड़ा है जनाजे में, और उसके पीछे जो खड़े हैं, मैं एक एक करके नाम पढ़ता हूं। लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल फैयाज हुसैन शाह, जो कि लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। मेजर जनरल राव इमरान सरताज, जो कि मेजर जनरल है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। ब्रिगेडियर मोहम्मद फुरकान शब्बीर, पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। डॉक्टर उस्मान अनवर, IGP पंजाब, और मलिक सोहेब अहमद बर्थ, मेंबर ऑफ प्रोविंशियल असेंबली ऑफ पंजाब। ये बड़े बड़े लोग, तथाकथित सरकार के बड़े बड़े लोग, पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों के जनाजा में शामिल होने आए हैं। और जनाजे को लीड कर रहा है एक आतंकवादी, डेजिग्नेटेड आतंकवादी। और आप देखिए ये बिफोर और आफ्टर, ये जितने भी मैंने आपको अभी आतंकवादी ठिकानों का नाम बताया, किस प्रकार उनकी परिस्थिति थी और क्या उनकी परिस्थिति हुई, यह इस तस्वीर से हम देख सकते हैं। तो उद्देश्य मैं बता रहा था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का उद्देश्य बहुत स्पष्ट था। उसका उद्देश्य था आतंकवाद के ठिकाने को ध्वस्त करना, आतंकवादियों को मारना और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक संदेश भेजना, और उसमें हम सफल हुए। पहली बार एक बात पूरे विश्व ने देखा कि पाकिस्तान का हर इंच भारत के पहुंच के अंदर है। कोई कोना पाकिस्तान का ऐसा नहीं है जो भारत के पहुंच से बाहर हो। और आप सोच के देखिए, पाकिस्तान का एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम फेल हो जाता है। पाकिस्तान का एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम फेल हो जाता है जिस समय 6 और 7 के रात के बीच ये पूरी कार्यवाही हो रही थी। रफाल विमान द्वारा स्काल्प और हैमर मिसाइल्स के माध्यम से 23 मिनट के अंदर, 23 मिनट्स के अंदर एक विंडो था, जिस विंडो के अंदर ये 9 के 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने उन्हें ध्वस्त कर दिए गए। 23 मिनट में पूरा विश्व ने देखा कि भारत क्या कर सकता है। मुझे लगता है पूरे विश्व में इस प्रकार से 23 मिनट के अंदर इतने प्रेसिशन के साथ आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर हमला किसी देश ने पहले किया होगा। और जब यह पूरा एक्सरसाइज समाप्त हुआ, उसके बाद जब हमारे MEA ने, हमारी आर्मी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, तो उसमें कुछ 4 शब्द बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। वो 4 शब्द हैं: कंट्रोल्ड, प्रिसाइज, मेजर्ड, नॉन एस्केलेटरी। हमने ये जो 9 अड्डे ध्वस्त किए वो कंट्रोल्ड तरीके से ध्वस्त किए। प्रिसाइज, कोई सिविलियन अड्डा या कोई मिलिट्री टारगेट नहीं था, प्रिसाइज टारगेट था, आतंकवादी ठिकाने, उनको ध्वस्त कर दिए। मेजर्ड, जितना ध्वस्त करना था उतना ध्वस्त किया, उसके अगल बगल के किसी स्ट्रक्चर को ध्वस्त नहीं किया। जहां आतंकवादी थे उनके ठिकाने में घुस के उनको मार के निकले। और नॉन एस्केलेटरी मतलब युद्ध को बढ़ाने वाला नहीं, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, क्योंकि द प्राइमरी एस्केलेशन वॉज पहलगाम। जो मूल एस्केलेशन था वो 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में पाकिस्तान ने किया था। हमने रिएक्ट किया नॉन एस्केलेटरी। ये 4 शब्द अपने आप को परिभाषित करते हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का लक्ष्य क्या था। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जो लक्ष्य था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने उसे 100% पूर्ण किया, 100% पूर्ण किया। इसलिए आज हिंदुस्तान, भारतवर्ष गर्व के साथ कह सकता है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक ऐसा ऑपरेशन था जो 100% सक्सेसफुल था, और जितने हमारे जाबाज पायलट्स गए थे राफेल के साथ, उतने लौट के आए और आतंकवादी ठिकानों को ध्वस्त करके आए, और किसी सिविलियन को नहीं मारा, किसी मिलिट्री बेस को नहीं मारा। मगर दुखद है, जैसा कि पाकिस्तान से एक्सपेक्टेड है, पाकिस्तान उसके पश्चात रिटेलिएशन करता है, पाकिस्तान अपने ड्रोन्स इत्यादि भेजता है, मगर भारत की सिस्टम ने पाकिस्तान के इन ड्रोन्स को, इन मिसाइल्स को हवा में ही समाप्त कर दिया। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम लाहौर का 7 और 9 तारीख के बीच लाहौर के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम को समाप्त करने का काम हिंदुस्तान ने किया। और 9 और 10 तारीख के बीच, 9 मई और 10 मई के बीच 11 एयर बेसेस को, पाकिस्तान के 11 एयर बेसेस को ध्वस्त करने का काम भारतवर्ष ने रिटेलिएशन में किया। जब पाकिस्तान ने भारतवर्ष के ऊपर एस्केलेशन किया तो भारतवर्ष ने 11 एयर बेसेस को समाप्त किया। इन एयर बेसेस के नाम भी हमें याद रखने चाहिए। तमाम भारतीयों को वो 9 नाम आतंकवादी ठिकाने याद रखने चाहिए, स्मरण होना चाहिए। और ये जो 11 एयरबेस हैं, हिंदुस्तान अपने पर आ जाए तो क्या कर सकता है अपने लोगों को बचाने के लिए। ये 11 नाम भी मैं पढ़ता हूं। नूर खान, ये नूर खान वह एयरबेस है जहां पर एयर टू एयर रीफ्यूएलिंग करने की क्षमता है। हवा में उड़ रही हो अगर आपका विमान, तो एयर टू एयर रीफ्यूएलिंग यही नूर खान से हो सकती है। जब भारत ने नूर खान को ध्वस्त किया तो जो जहाज थे पाकिस्तान के, उनके पास वो क्षमता नहीं रही कि वो हवा में अधिक समय तक युद्ध कर सके, उन्हें नीचे उतरना ही पड़ा। नूर खान, रफीकी, मुरीद, सुक्कूर, सियालकोट, पसरूर, चुनियान, सरगोदा, स्कारू, बुलारी और जकोबाबाद, ये तमाम मैं फोटोज लेके आया हूं। जकोबाबाद का ये फोटो देखिए, क्या था पहले और क्या हुआ बाद में, क्या था पहले और क्या हुआ बाद में। आप देख सकते हैं परखच्चे उड़ गए। यह है प्रिसीशन ऑफ इंडियाज अटैक। तमाम फोटो हैं यहां पे, किस प्रकार से हमने एक एक करके उनके एयर बेसिस को समाप्त किया। आप देख सकते हैं सारे एयर बेसिस के हम फोटो लेके आए हैं, जकोबाबाद से लेके बाकी तमाम। क्योंकि आपने ये सब देखा हुआ है, मैं अधिक समय नहीं लूंगा। आर्मी ने आपको दिखाया है, DGMOs ने आपको दिखाया है, इसलिए मैं इसको आपको दिखा के दोबारा, आई वुड नॉट लाइक टू टेक मच टाइम, बट मैं रिमाइंड करना चाहूंगा कि 11 एयर बेसेस को हमने ध्वस्त किया। और इसमें एक बड़ा विषय है, पहली बार विश्व में किसी देश ने एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री के अंदर घुस करके उनके एयर बेसेस को समाप्त करने का काम किया। पाकिस्तान एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, उसके अंदर घुस करके उनके एयर बेसेस को 20% पाकिस्तान के एयरफोर्स के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भारतवर्ष ने नाकाम कर दिया। 20% ऑफ PAF's इंफ्रा वाज डिस्ट्रॉयड बाय इंडिया। जस्ट इमेजिन, एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, उसमें घुसकर मारना, यह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में पहला इंस्टेंस है। और भुलारी एयरबेस में 50 PAF पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स के जवान मारे गए, जिसमें स्क्वाड्रन लीडर उस्मान यूसुफ भी मारे गए। कुल मिलाकर के 9 आतंकी ठिकाने, 11 एयरबेस, 100 से अधिक आतंकी, 50 जवान और अपनी इज्जत, यह पाकिस्तान ने खोया है। आई रिपीट, व्हाट पाकिस्तान हैज लॉस्ट वाया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर। 9 आतंकी ठिकाने, बड़े बड़े आतंकी ठिकाने, 11 एयरबेस, 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी, 50 से अधिक जवान और अपनी इज्जत, यह पाकिस्तान ने खोया है। यह झटका पाकिस्तान सह नहीं पाया और उनके DGMO का 10 तारीख को ही फोन आया और उसके पश्चात मैं कहूंगा यह सीज फायर नहीं, ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि यदि भविष्य में किसी प्रकार का कोई भी आतंकी हमला होता है तो यह अंडरस्टैंडिंग तोड़ दी जाएगी। हमने करके दिखाया है, जो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था वो हुआ है इस बार, अंदर घुस के मारा है हमने। ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, पाकिस्तान में उनके मौलाना, उनके मौलवियों ने पाकिस्तान का साथ नहीं दिया, मगर हिंदुस्तान की एकता देखिए, हिंदुस्तान का भाईचारा देखिए। पूरा देश एक होकर खड़ा हुआ, पूरा देश सेना के पीछे, सेना के अदम्य साहस के पीछे, हमारी राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति के पीछे पूरा भारत एक होकर खड़ा हुआ। और आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आज पाकिस्तान पूरे विश्व में अलग थलग पड़ा है। पहले भी ऐसे वक्त थे, अनेकों प्रयास भारतवर्ष करता था। पहले हम सबूत देते थे, प्रयास करते थे डोजियर के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान को प्रूफ दे आतंकवाद का। वो डोजियर लेती थी मगर उस पे काम नहीं करती थी। मगर आज नए भारतवर्ष ने पाकिस्तान को बख्शा नहीं है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक लड़ाई हुई है और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट कहा है, वहां से यदि गोली आती है तो यहां से गोला जाएगा। इसी के साथ मैं अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करता हूं। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें।
Sambit Patra addressing the media there, talking about Operation Sindhur and its success, speaking about how for the first time India went into a nuclear country and air bases were destroyed. He says it's the first time something like this ever happened. He said the Prime Minister had promised tough action and tough action was taken. He spoke about the terror bases that were first destroyed under Operation Sindoor, and then the army bases that were hit as well. And he says 11 air bases, and the extent of India, how India managed to reach inside Pakistan is for the first time some action like this was taken. He says the international community also stands by India and said that major foreign nations support us. He says we have exposed Pakistan as a fragile state and taken these very, very tough steps against Pakistan under Operation Sindhur. Now, to tell you what's going on, there is a high-level meeting taking place at the Prime Minister's residence where the tri-services chiefs are there. There will be another phone conversation, a hotline conversation between the India and Pakistan DGMOs in a sense to consolidate this ceasefire that has been decided on. And then there will be a briefing by the services, by the government at 2:30. We'll slip into a short break, more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India.
Welcome back. Let's take you through all the top developments. And there is a high-level meeting underway at the Prime Minister's residence where the tri-service chiefs are there. The NSA Defence Minister also attending that meeting. In fact, in a short while from now, there will also be the hotline talks between India and Pakistan that will be taking place. That is something that was decided to consolidate really on the ceasefire. And it's been the first night that it has been calm in Jammu and Kashmir and along the border. Well, to talk more about the situation, we're now joined by Tara Karta, former Director, National Security Council Secretariat. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. And yesterday we saw the briefing by the armed forces, and they spoke about the success of Operation Sindhur, the manner in which we went into Pakistan, striking at the air bases, also emphasizing our hand was forced because of the kind of aggression Pakistan was showing with, sending in drones into civilian areas as well. So, ma'am, your analysis of the situation, it's been a calm night. It's a very welcome development that we've had the first night of peace along in these border areas. But it's a tenuous peace. One really hopes it will hold.
I think what the briefing brought out is what we discussed earlier also, Gargi, that this has been such a controlled operation. You can literally see the steps with which they were going ahead in their targets. And it was on the last night that they hit Rawalpindi and the Chaklala Air Base and very highly strategic targets. Now, what we should, given the talk on social media, what is important is that you hit. It doesn't matter really how much damage you caused, this many aircraft, it really doesn't matter. You hit, you sent a message. You know what, you can hit once, you can hit again. So the message was, look, this is how close we've come. Now it's up to you. So finally, thank God, they've got that message. They got their IMF money and they decided to step back. So I'm extremely happy this situation has happened. But this is, Gargi, it's a lesson for a lot of people to study how this was carried out. I don't know very, very, very few operations across history which were carried out in a nuclear environment and carried out with such forethought, in terms of what we'll do and holding back. I don't want to sound disrespectful, but you don't have an Abhinandan being caught this time. That is how your operations were controlled. The mistakes happen, right? You learn from them and you move on. So like I said, this is a textbook example of how to get your objective and walk away.
Absolutely, and as you said, the precision strikes, and that is what's been emphasized, the fact that we hit air bases, that we did not want to cause any sort of damage in civilian areas, unlike what we saw coming from Pakistan with the drone attacks taking place, and then our defense systems also working extremely efficiently. Dr. Tara Karta, I also want to talk about the manner in which the ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump, and then he again posted another a social media post where he lauded both India and Pakistan and their leadership, and it set a somewhat bad taste in this entire episode. Yes, we are working with the US, and of course no mediation, maybe some constructive steps were taken by them, but that somewhat bad note given also this equivalence of India and Pakistan. No, we're absolutely nowhere near the same.
Absolutely. I mean, while I appreciate the sentiment that they want to stop a war or whatever, he's done this thrice before. When during his first tenure, he offered mediation 3 times. Once I was sitting there when Imran Khan had come calling, and he was quietly told, yeah, please lay off. And he was told by the administration people themselves that, look, this is not something India would like. But this whole, it's as if the terrorist camps don't exist. Come on, you had a war on terror. You brought it in the UN. Like I said earlier, in the UN designated list, there are addresses and street names of where the terrorist hideouts which we attacked are. So are you saying the UN is a liar? So it's
finally, building on this, it's now a perception battle also that one has to, internationally wage.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. But that battle, I think we need to take it outwards. You need to bring in academics, everybody from other areas to study this operation with as much transparency as is possible. I mean, you can't give everything away, but a certain amount of transparency would be good for our own benefit and in terms of war analysis overall.
All right, Dr. Tara Karta, thank you so much once again for speaking to us here on NDTV. And some good news now coming in remember, several airports, over 20 airports were closed during this time of hostilities between India and Pakistan. But now one of the Chandigarh airport, we're told, has reopened. So yes, flights resumed to Chandigarh airport. So that's a big relief for air travelers, many of whom were stuck. And this also it shows us that the peace is solidifying. This ceasefire is really getting, one is getting more relaxed in terms of the ceasefire. It's been a night of peace, and now slowly and hopefully more of these airports along our border areas that were closed as a precautionary measure will open. So Chandigarh airport flight operations are resuming there. So some good news really coming in on that front. 32 airports in all were shut during this period of hostilities between India and Pakistan. And now the first of the airports, Chandigarh airport flights have resumed. And it's been a big disruption in air travel over these last couple of days. It was necessary, of course, given the kind of hostilities one was seeing and the drones that were being sent in by Pakistan. So this was a precautionary measure in which 32 airports were closed along our border states and areas. And now the first of the airports, and hopefully we'll hear many more opening up. Chandigarh airport has resumed its flights. And hopefully going forward, we are going to hear more on this. Currently, the Prime Minister holding that high-level meeting with the tri-service chiefs. All right, let's shift focus now to cricket, and some news coming in, and this is something that NDTV reported yesterday as well, and now it has been confirmed. Virat Kohli has retired from Test cricket. So he announces his Test retirement. In fact, he did this in a post where he says, "It's been 14 years since I first wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me, and taught me lessons I'll carry for life. There's something deeply personal about playing in whites, the quiet grind, the long days, the small moments. And he says, as I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had, and it's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude. I'll always look back at my test career with a smile. So that is the big breaking news of Virat Kohli. And this was something that we reported on yesterday as well, that he was going to be retiring from Test cricket. That is what one had heard. And now he has indeed, in fact, confirmed it himself. He retires, and he talks about walking away from the format. Well, let's go across to Sejal now for more. And Sejal, so that is the big breaking news right now, the breaking news in the world of cricket, and Virat Kohli retiring from Test cricket. This is something we had reported on yesterday, but it was not at that point confirmed.
Yes, that's right, Gargi. It's a big breaking. This comes just days after Rohit Sharma took retirement from the Test cricket, and now Virat Kohli. It's been a 14-year-long illustrious career, and Team India has seen great heights with Virat Kohli as Test captain. He has been the biggest supporter of Test cricket, and he has always advertised Test cricket as a form of as the most important format of cricket, and in his retirement letter, he says he never imagined that he would retire from this format, and it has taught him so many life lessons also. But in the past few series that we have seen, Virat Kohli has seen a rough patch in the test format, and remember, he has already retired from T20 internationals, and he is now hung his boots in the Test cricket format. So we'll only see Kohli in the ODI format as of now, and it's the same for Rohit Sharma as well. But talking about Virat Kohli, he has we have won the Border Gavaskar Trophy under him, and the other series that we have played outside India, that's been a big support for Kohli as in building the Team India that has seen great heights under Kohli, and the other championships that we have won under Kohli has been of great importance. He has instilled the pacers that we have currently in the team is all courtesy Virat Kohli, because he has shaped them into big platform players. And now that Kohli is retiring, we will see what the future holds for Indian Test cricket, and who is going to be the next captain. Shubman Gill, obviously the forerunner for taking the captaincy, but with Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma retiring just before the England series on June 20th, it is going to be a big situation to see that how the new team will take over Team England coming June 20th.
Sejal, and while we were reporting how he's written to the BCCI and about his intention to retire from Test cricket, was it something that came as a big surprise?
Really, because we have been getting reports that he has already sent a letter to the BCCI asking for retirement, but considering the fact that he has seen a lot of rough patches recently in the recently concluded Australia series that Virat couldn't perform, and so that was the reason that he must be thinking about it, and even the same was for Rohit Sharma. So both the senior team members, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, quitting was, I think, on the papers for them.
That is the big breaking news coming in right now. Sejal getting us those details. It's something we reported yesterday, as we said, that Virat Kohli, one of India's cricketing greats, was planning to retire from Test cricket, that he'd written to the BCCI, and now that confirmation has come. He has announced it, and he posted on social media with the song Frank Sinatra number My Way, and he talks about how it's been 14 years since he wore the baggy blue in Test cricket, and he never imagined the journey the format took him, and that as he steps away, that it's not easy, but it feels right, that I've given it everything I had, and it's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. He says, I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen along the way. Sejal, so get us all the very latest on this big breaking news, Virat Kohli retiring from Test cricket, and also there were, reactions of dismay among other cricketers when this news first started coming out.
Yes, that's right, Gargi. If you look at the Test team currently, after the conclusion of the Australia series, we had seen Ravi Ashwin taking a break from the international cricket. Then we had Rohit Sharma. Then we have Virat Kohli. So it's a big question that where is Indian cricket team headed right now? Obviously there are new players, emerging players like Shubman Gill and Shreyas Iyer. Maybe his return to the whites is also important for India, seen his consistency and his performance. So maybe, but we also had Jasprit Bumrah. He was carrying the team on his shoulder back in the Australia series that we've all witnessed. So it is a great move. It's not a great move for Team India as of now, since the England series is just around the corner. But it will be the new faces that we are going to see will be important to note.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break, but that's the big breaking news coming in. We're going to get you more reactions to this. Virat Kohli has announced his retirement from Test cricket. Stay tuned.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better. All right, the big breaking news we're bringing you here on NDTV. After days of speculation, Indian cricket great Virat Kohli has finally confirmed his retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect. Remember, this is something that we were reporting about yesterday, that he had written to the BCCI saying that he was planning to retire from Test cricket. And now that news has been confirmed with this social media post, a very emotional post by Virat Kohli as he announces his retirement. There you can see that post in which he says, "It's been 14 years since I first wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me and taught me lessons I'll carry for life." He says that as I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had and it's given me back so much more. So Virat Kohli announcing his retirement. The song he chose for this post was Frank Sinatra's My Way. And he says, "I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen." Well, to talk more about this big breaking news and this very sad news, really, we're joined by Sriram. And Sriram, so finally, Virat Kohli confirming the news he is retiring from Test cricket.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's very sad for the entirety of the Indian community right now, for the cricket fans especially, because Virat Kohli has, of course, almost embodied the new generation of Test cricket for India over the last decade or so, having played 123 games before announcing his retirement today. The most important part of Virat Kohli's Test career will definitely be the years of his captaincy, where India's dominance was established all across cricketing nations, where India travelled to foreign countries and won Test series, which was almost unprecedented before Virat Kohli took charge of the captaincy of the red ball team. Again, very soon after what Rohit Sharma had done just a couple of weeks back, announcing his retirement from the Test cricket arena as well. Now Virat Kohli, another stalwart of the game, has announced his retirement. Again, as I said, it's a big loss for Indian cricket for sure, but he will still now continue to play one-day cricket for India. Similar to Rohit Sharma, who will be captaining the side most probably in the 2027 One-Day World Cup as time progresses. As of now, there is a change in guard for India for sure in terms of the Test cricket arena, with Shubman Gill now set to take charge as the new red ball captain for India and to take over from Rohit Sharma, the spot that Rohit Sharma had left. And now, of course, Virat Kohli being the most experienced Test cricketer in the team after Ravichandran Ashwin had also, of course, announced his retirement very recently after the Border Gavaskar Trophy. So a lot of the experienced players in the Test team for India have now announced their retirement, including now Virat Kohli, of course. And this is almost like a message being sent out by the new team management that this is a time for the youngsters to come in. So Virat Kohli, of course, his record speaks for himself. For an average of 46 after 123 test matches played, nearly 10,000 runs, just 700 short of 10,000 runs, which is something that he had mentioned early in his career when he had started playing cricket, Test cricket for India especially, where he had said that 10,000 runs is a milestone that he was playing towards, especially in red ball cricket. He is, of course, one of the absolute legends of the white ball game as well. But of course, in Test cricket, as I said, 700 runs short of that 10,000 run mark, and he has announced his retirement just now.
Right, and considering this news had come earlier, we had reported here on NDTV how that he had written to the BCCI. Were there efforts to make him change his mind?
So there were a lot of news rumors coming in that the BCCI had actually reverted back to Virat Kohli, saying that he should reconsider his decision. But as the reports were at that point of time, that Virat Kohli was quite firm in his stance on him actually wanting to retire from the game at the moment. As I said, this is just like this is the perfect moment for the team to go forward.
Do hold on. We're joined by Charu Sharma, one of the best-known sports commentators of the country. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and your thoughts with Virat Kohli announcing his retirement from Test cricket.
Yeah, Gargi, thank you for your generous introduction. It was obviously something where Virat felt the time had come. Now, there can be a fair amount of speculation. There'll be some conspiracy theories and all of that. But Virat is in a position, largely because of his performances and because of his stature, where he can choose to do what he wants. So I don't think he will succumb to any kind of pressure. We should stay away from that. In any sports person's career, time comes when you say, all right, I don't want to go through the torture of the long-form game. And whatever else might be the reason, I think he has decided that he doesn't want to go through and play the 5-day game, which does take a bit of toll. One can argue that he is one of the fittest, still, if not the fittest member of the Indian team. So perhaps it's not the fitness aspect that hurts him. It's just much more a question of what more can I give to cricket?
Do you see this now as with the Rohit Sharma news and now Virat Kohli, generational change coming to Indian cricket?
Absolutely, and it happens all the time, Gargi. Every few years there's a generational change, and all of us then, the fans and others, speculate, oh, what next, who next? But there's always somebody next, Gargi, and that is the best testament to what's happening to cricket in India. There are so many young, hungry, talented cricketers who can take anyone's place. In fact, there are 3 or 4 jostling for every space in the Indian cricket team, and that will continue. There are many others bursting through. With no disrespect to Virat Kohli, he's been at the forefront of India's achievements in Test cricket, and he still could perhaps be the most significant member of the team. But there are many others coming through.
About how he's taking this decision when he's right at the top and in his game, but there were also some sort of testing times, or testy times rather, for Virat Kohli in these last couple of years, even when it came to BCCI, even it came to the public commenting on his fitness, his cricket.
Never his fitness, Gargi, to my knowledge. But yes, there was in fact, not the last couple of years. He quite resurrected himself in the last 1 year or so. But there was a large 3-year gap in his career, which was not very flattering about 2 years ago. So say from 5 to 3 years ago, where he couldn't buy a run in any form of the game, didn't have a century. So there was a lot of speculation then about his having lost his mojo, but he came back really well. And you are right. I think for the moment, he's on a huge high. And should there have been, I wonder if this was a part of his consideration, should there have been, let's say, a weak performance in England where conditions are always testing, and if he had a string of low scores, people might have then started saying, listen, we had this big drought in your career, 3 years, for 4 or 5 years, and then now it looks like you can't still find the right place outside the off stump, so why don't you go? And maybe he decided that he didn't want to battle that potential criticism and rather go off on a high in terms of Test match cricket.
All right, Charu Sharma, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV on this big breaking news right now. Very sad news for cricket lovers. Virat Kohli retiring from Test cricket. Let's go back to Sriram. And Sriram, tell us some of the highlights as one of our cricketing greats is retiring from Test cricket. Virat Kohli has had such a stellar career.
Starts off all the way from 2014, his first Test series abroad in Australia, for example, where he really came out to the forefront as a Test batter. Of course, at that point of time, Mahendra Singh Dhoni was the Test captain. He wasn't the leader that we saw all throughout the career of Virat Kohli in Test cricket, for example. But in 2014, what he really established in Test cricket was how fiery his attitude was going into bat, and the mountains of runs that he made in 2014 against that really strong Australian side. Of course, he struggled in England in that 3-4 year period as well. But his performances in Australia in isolation have been looked at a lot of times over the past 10 years. Basically, he has dominated foreign conditions, especially in Australia, as I said, in home conditions as well. I mean, his record speaks for itself, as I said, 7 double hundreds, the most by any Indian batter in the Test cricket arena, more than even Sachin Tendulkar for that matter. But at the same time, his captaincy, as I mentioned earlier as well, to go abroad, to win 2 consecutive Border Gavaskar trophies in Australia, to win foreign Test series in England, a couple of Test cricket wins in South Africa and New Zealand as well, and unprecedented dominance at home in Test cricket. So almost for about 7 or 8 years, India had not lost a single Test match in India. That goes to show just how dominant the Indian side was in Test cricket under Virat Kohli's captaincy. So when looking at Virat Kohli's Test cricket career, it's not just him scoring 9,000 runs in Test cricket. It's more often than not, it's the captaincy that stands out, and that has been something that has been missing from the Indian side for the past 2 or 3 years. And as we have seen, there have been a lot of lean patches over the last 3 or 4 years when he has gone on streaks of matches where he's not made a lot of runs. That might have been one of the factors why this retirement decision is coming so soon, because he, of course, announced retirement from the T20 game just after the T20 World Cup win in Barbados. But the Champions Trophy was really successful for Virat Kohli, scored a lot of runs in India, of course, won the Champions Trophy as well. The 2023 ODI World Cup was also a huge success for Virat Kohli, one of the, I believe, the highest run score in the entire competition. So the white ball game has never been an issue for Virat Kohli, even in terms of form. But the red ball game has definitely brought a lot of criticism onto him in the recent 2 or 3 years because of his lean patches where he's not made a lot of runs. He of course scored 100 in Perth just last year in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, but after that as well there were really inconsistent displays of runs as well.
All right, Sriram, do stay on with us. We're also joined by Gautam Bhattacharya, senior sports journalist. Thank you so much for speaking to us. And your comments as this news has broken that Virat Kohli is walking away from Test cricket now. He's finally announced his retirement.
Gargi, I mean, the thing is, it hasn't really come as a surprise.
Yes.
Because it was in the air for the last couple of days. And then what we got to know was, somebody influential in the higher up of cricket excellence is going to try and convince him. But what we have seen about this man is, he had been pretty decisive in these calls. I mean, when before the 21 World Cup, he said that he's going to step down from the, the T20 captaincy soon after that. So he had stuck to that. Then came the other the other captaincy retirement. And last year, after the T20 World Cup success, he was the first guy who spoke up and said that this is the last T20 World Cup that you've seen be in action. Rohit followed. Tests have really come in as a surprise because we felt that, me as a sports journalist, I certainly feel there were at least 2 to 3 years of good Test cricket left in him. And as our reporter said, white ball was never an issue. He has been scoring runs in both formats of the white ball. Yes, it is certainly, it will take some time to sink in and stomach. And, 2 legends at one go, going out of such a crucial series in England, it's not going to be easy for India to fill up this vacuum.
Gautam, do stay with us. I'm also joined by Rika Roy. But you spoke about, him stepping away. Who fills his boots? Because we're seeing this generational change in Indian cricket.
Question for me? For Rika? Yeah.
Yes, Gautam, go ahead, and then Rika, do step in. Yes. Gautam, go ahead.
Yes, see, there are a number of names in the middle order who can, who maybe tried. I mean, he had been occupying the pivotal number 4 position. So I think it's ideal to get KL Rahul up there and bring somebody like a Shreyas Iyer or a Karun Nair at number 5. And, that's what it is. But then again, there are no shortage of incumbents. But how they are going to tune in with the conditions in England, which takes a batter, at least 1 or 2 tours of England to be able to come to terms with the situation. So that's $1 million question. Right now, you have got options in KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer, who's in form.
All right. We also have Madan Lal, former cricketer, on the phone line with us. And as this news breaks, something that, in fact, Rika had been reporting about this, that Virat Kohli had written to the BCCI and was planning to retire from Test cricket. Gautam Bhattacharya, they're saying that he still feels he had a few years of Test cricket left in him. Your comments, Madan Lal?
Well, I thought, it's a surprise decision for me because I thought he might, take the decision after the England series, But, that's his personal decision. But, these are the type of players, legends. They always take the retirement. He must consult his family because these sort of decision, it's not easy to take it. He could have carried on for 2-3 years, no doubt about that, because the fitness level he had, the way he was performing. So all these things, but at the end of the day, you have to be mentally prepared to play international cricket. Now I think mentally he said, okay, that's enough. So he said, okay, bye-bye, I'm going in a Test cricket.
All right. So, yes, so there's something about, walking out when you're at the top of your game or when you're ahead. Maybe that is one of the reasons that, we're seeing him step away right now ahead of the England tour. But a few words from you on his legacy in Test cricket and as a captain, because that is something that is really lauded.
Yeah, definitely. But as a captain, when he became a captain, I think that's where the selector didn't handle him well, sometimes these sort of players to handle very carefully. Then they drop him as a captain. But legend, if you tell, I'm telling you that he is one of the best batsmen ever produced by India. the passion he brought in on the ground, the way he played, the way he set the example for the fitness, the way he, if you look at Virat Kohli on the ground, he's always bubbling, with catch, if he took a catch, or if he got the run out, or if he just scored 100. He was a different type of character, And nobody had a character before, like Virat Kohli. But definitely we're going to miss him. But at the same time, that's his personal decision.
Mr. Badalal, also my colleague Rika with us. She's been following this story very, very closely. Rika.
Thank you very much, Gargi. Madanji, we are coming to you at a time when we have come to know finally that Virat Kohli has announced his retirement from Test cricket. This is something that we have been reporting about over the weekend. He did speak to the BCCI top brass, but BCCI really wanted him to go on and at least play the tour of England. However, Virat Kohli wasn't really convinced. What has gone wrong with him, we really don't know. You said that perhaps he was not feeling right. He was not feeling that his mind and body is in sync to go out and play Test cricket. But Madanji, would you also say that, for him, the dream of winning a World Test Championship final, that medal really will remain unfulfilled, and that's a dream that he is happy to lay to bed right now?
Yeah, definitely. Any player who plays such a long time, he has always a dream of winning the World Cup. He always has a dream of winning the World Championship, Test Championship. All these dreams they always has. And according to that, they keep on going, keep on performing also. So I think the only reason I believe mentally he was prepared. I'm going to take. I know, I have read the last couple of days that he's going to take a retirement. BCCI also tried to convince him, but he didn't agree. So I think that's where he decided, okay, that's it, The legend always goes like this, They say, thank you very much, I'm going.
While you say that legends always go, thank you very much, but it's not often in Indian cricket when we see even, legends retiring. Legends retiring like this. I mean, we have seen in case of Mahendra Singh Dhoni, we are seeing in case of Virat Kohli, but these are really exceptions. But, when we talk about Virat the batter in tests, keeping aside what he's been doing in the T20s, English press used a term saying that Virat Kohli has off-stumpitis, which means that he's not being able to position himself well to play those balls outside the off stump. Would you say that really got to him, and that's one of the reasons that he has finally decided to pull the plug on his Test career?
Not Rika, dekhiye, that offside off stump, they made a hawa about it, How many centuries he has scored offside off stump? Because in international cricket, when you grow a bit older, that your footwork is not the same. Your eyes are not the same. But, he has scored number of runs, 10,000 runs. You can't get runs like this. The bowler also knows that if we bowl him on the offside off stump, we might get him out. But at the same time, they got him out also. He has scored also hundreds of runs, scores a lot of centuries and all. I don't think this is the reason. The only reason I believe, I think 36 years playing international cricket, going up and down, that's what might be the mentally exhaustion.
Well, we also have Gautam Bhattacharya, senior sports journalist, with us online. Gautam, when we talk about a hole that's created by Virat Kohli, we'll have to call it a Virat-size hole. Who do you see fits into this Virat-size hole now? It's not just about being the kind of batsman, being the kind of motivator, or the captain he was, but also the the fans that he drew to the stadium, the drama and everything that come with it. Who really fits into that Virat-size hole?
Yourself, you have answered the question when you say that it's a Virat gap. It's not going to happen in a day. I mean, we have got a number of incumbents who can step in there, but the biggest thing, again, as you answered, I mean, he had been one of the biggest ambassadors of Test cricket and advocates of Test cricket. I remember a number of years back, there was a talk, ICC mulling that, test matches are finishing inside 4 days, so let's make it a 4-day affair. So he was one of the staunchest critics of that idea. The evolution of Virat from being an essentially one-day cricketer to one of the, the white ball and red ball giants, and one of the biggest ambassadors of red ball cricket. It's going to be very, very difficult at this point, and it's also a body blow to the hype that you create about this India-England Test series or India-Australia Test series. So right now, it's very, very difficult to think beyond it. As far as taking his position in number 4 is concerned, I mean, there is a Shreyas Iyer who's in form. There is KL. His position can be shuffled around because somebody needs to. That's a very, very vital position. I mean, Sachin Tendulkar used to bat in that spot. Then Virat took it over. So maybe somebody like a KL can do justice to that position for now. As far as to get into his stature, is going to take years for somebody before we get another Virat Kohli.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait for a while before getting another Virat Kohli. BCCI has sent out a release saying that it is the end of an era in Test cricket. They have thanked Virat Kohli for his yeoman service. This is the news we are breaking at this hour. Virat Kohli has retired from Test cricket after 14 glorious years in the middle. He's 770 runs shy of 10,000 runs. That would have put him in that vaulted company of all the greats of Test cricket, who also happen to be Virat Kohli's heroes like Sunil Gavaskar, Sachin Tendulkar, Kumar Sangakkara, Ricky Ponting, and the likes. But Virat Kohli probably decided to move away from Test cricket at a time when his mind and body didn't feel like it was in sync to be able to play another 3 or 4 years of Test cricket and win that elusive World Test Championship medal. Virat Kohli, of course, has an ODI World Cup medal. He has a T20 World Cup medal. Shortly after India's win in the last T20 World Cup, Virat Kohli said that he's going to hang up his boots from that edition, though he continues to feature in the Indian Premier League. And every Indian fan knows that Virat has been rocking the run charts when it comes to the IPL. But when it comes to Test cricket, which also is his favorite format, for which Virat Kohli remains as one of the foremost brand ambassadors and very, very vocal about Test cricket, why it should continue the way it is, why it should remain alive, why we need Test cricket, the fans need Test cricket, something Virat Kohli has been very, very vocal about. But Virat says, Test taught me lessons for life. Yes, he has put out a message for the fans, for everyone in the cricketing ecosystem on his social media. That's the message that he has put out on his social media.
Rika?
He signs off at...
Right, Rika, you're speaking about, the post that he's put up, and I like the Frank Sinatra song he's chosen for it, My Way. As you and all the other cricket commentators who follow the game very, very closely talk about how they feel he still had a few years left in him for Test cricket, but messaging there saying, my way. So now he's decided to walk out now. But you spoke about, his legacy and the massive Virat-size hole that is left in Indian cricket. But it's not always been so rosy, isn't it? There were a few years, I think 3-4 years ago, when he was facing a lot of trolling, a lot of criticism, negativity as well from the fans, and then he answered back the best way that a sports person can in improving his game and coming back in a big way and now retiring. Talk a bit about that.
Well, yes, you're right that the picture hasn't been rosy for Virat Kohli in cricket, and it's not just in Test cricket. For a very long time, between 2019 and 2022, he couldn't get a century for India, and that was really plaguing him. But one must say that Virat Kohli kept trying during that period to show his fans, to show his critics that he still had a lot of Test cricket left in him, and he has now scored 30 centuries in Test cricket for India. And, it's been a phenomenal rate of conversion. He has scored 31 50s, of which He converted 30 into test centuries, and that itself talks about the prowess of Virat Kohli, the man, Virat Kohli, the batter. In 2018, when India went to England, he was the highest run scorer of the series. He scored 500 plus runs. But, when India went back 3 years later, his performance had gone south. And the problem that he was facing was that he was not being able to position his body very well for the in-swingers and the out-swingers. He was perhaps moving his hips a bit too early. That's what that's what the experts had said. He went back to the basics. He worked with a lot of coaches and mentors to correct himself, but something really was amiss. He was not getting that right kind of position. Even during the last tour of Australia, a country where Virat Kohli really dominated the run charts, perhaps most number of runs Virat Kohli scored against one nation was Australia. But last Australia tour was forgettable for the batting legend. He scored 185 runs in that on that tour, and once again it was the bug of off-stumpitis that really stumped Virat Kohli, and he couldn't get over it. Yes, at 269, that's what he says, number of tests. That's a phenomenal number that Virat Kohli finally signs off as one of India's premier test batter.
And as BCCI says, Virat's legacy will continue. Thanks so much, Rika, for joining us on that big breaking news as Virat Kohli has retired from Test cricket. We'll get you more reactions. For the moment, slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The ceasefire holds along the line of control and international border. The army says no incidents. It's the first calm night in recent days. Top military level talks on the hotline today. India-Pakistan DGMOs will have spoken. Support grows for trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. The IS and IPS associations back him. Pakistan trolls target Indian officers. A big jump for the stock market. The Sensex zooms over 2,000 points.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics.
I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Welcome back. As normalcy returns to our border states and the line of control and international border, remember, it's been the first calm night after several nights, is what the army has said at the LOC. Now, the good news for flyers is that the 32 airports that were closed along the northern and northwestern regions of India were due to the airspace restrictions have now reopened. So the airports in the northern and northwestern area are now opening up, and these are airports in Srinagar, Chandigarh, Amritsar, but those who are flying are also advised to check flight statuses directly with the airlines. Let's go across to Tanushka now for more. And Tanushka, so very welcome news given the kind of disruptions we've also seen in the aviation space. So give us more details.
Precisely, Gargi. This comes in as a fresh relief for all the passengers and the customers as well. In the past couple of days, in fact, the past week, who have had to face flight cancellations and who've had to replan all of their trips and tours as well. The Airports Authority of India has come about with a notification, making it clear that these 32 airports that were temporarily closed for civil flight operations has been lifted. So this closure of these airports have been lifted, which means that these 32 airports will now continue to run and operate normally. Remember, the metro city airports of Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru were anyway functioning up to normal, but these 32 airports, namely some of them being that of Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Chandigarh, Amritsar, Porbandar, Rajkot, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, were all closed because they were in high-risk regions. So they were closed for safety precautions, but this closure of these airports have now been lifted. And of course, the Airport Authority of India does also instruct the passengers to reach out to their respective airlines as well. Speaking of airlines specifically, Indigo has also come out with its own notification and has said that they all are also resuming operations at these airports from now onwards. Remember, this closure of airports was until May 15th. Today is May 12th, and this closure of these airports have been lifted at this point. So all of these 32 airports will continue to resume operations for civil flights normally, which means that all the other airlines as well, be it Air India, Akasa, Indigo, they all will be continuing now with their normal operations from these 32 airports in the northern and western regions of India as well. So this also comes about with basically the opening of the airspace of Indian region as well from now on. This is also considering after the ceasefire agreement was reached upon, and this comes about as a welcome relief for passengers, definitely.
All right, so huge relief for flyers. 32 airports in all, Tanushka, were closed in these last, couple of days ever since the 9th or the 8th when it was first announced. And this has caused major disruption. One can imagine a huge backlog as well. People have in fact been stranded as well because of this airport closures.
Right, precisely. Over, more than 200 flights have been cancelled of private airlines. Speaking about, say, Indigo, even Air India. So a lot of flight cancellations have happened. Every day we've kept track of how many flights have been cancelled from Delhi airport as well, be it domestic arrivals, domestic departures. As of yesterday, the cancellations stood at domestic arrival being at 44 cancellations and domestic departures being at 52 cancellations. And internationally, also the flights have been affected. Remember, foreign carriers such as Qatar Airways and Virgin Atlantic also decided to avoid the Pakistani airspace as well. So flights such as that of London to Delhi have also been rerouted. Massive disruptions have happened definitely over the past couple of days, keeping in mind the tensions, the escalating tensions that were between India and Pakistan until this ceasefire was agreed upon. And however, right now, of course, we also must note that these precautions that were taken were only keeping in mind the safety of all the passengers traveling by air. The airlines also maintained that they were refunding the passengers completely on such cancellations on such flights. Say if you have a flight from Amritsar to Delhi and of course the airport was not operating, so you were given a full time cancellation, refund, and waivers were also offered. Indigo was also offering changing of airports or flights without any additional charge. And all of this now will be slowly being brought back to normal, with all of these 32 airports reopening with immediate effect.
All right, thanks so much, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. The closure of the airports was, of course, necessitated by the hostilities between India and Pakistan and Operation Sindoor after there was the targeted and specific how terror bases were taken out in Pakistan by India, and following that the barrage of drone attacks and missiles as well that one saw from Pakistan. So this was a necessary step to protect civilians, but now as normalcy returns to the border areas, those airports reopened also. It was the first night of no firing from across the border, across the LOC. So it was the first calm night in several days after the ceasefire that was announced on Saturday. In fact, today the Third Army hotline talks have taken place, and the Tri-Services chiefs met with the Prime Minister earlier this morning, and it was a huddle, in fact, with the NSA Defense Minister also there. The government will be holding a briefing at 2:30, but the focus now really to those border areas, as some form of normalcy has now returned. There is a sense of relief, but also a sense of loss. Several civilians, remember, have died, and many houses along the LOC have been hit by the shelling, have been severely damaged. NDTV's Nazir Masoodi reports from one such place in Poonch.
Poonch town has borne the brunt of Pakistani shelling. It is calm since last 24 hours. No shell has landed here, but the destruction it has caused is here to see. Homes are still closed here. People have fled from their homes. This bike is completely burnt after a Pakistani shell landed here. This is the condition of houses here. Let me show you how shells, massive mortar shells have landed inside residential houses. And this is a congested neighborhood in Poonch town. And it is in this lane, this congested lane, two little young children, two siblings, Zoya and Zain, they were killed here. They were actually trying to flee from shelling to save themselves. The house is locked completely. House is locked, but the little children have been killed in Pakistani shelling. Almost every house here has suffered some damage here in Poonch town, many houses rather. So let me talk to some of the people. आपसे थोड़ी बात करें क्योंकि आपने भी आपके घर के पे ही भी शेल पड़े। आप बताएं क्या हुआ उस वक्त? आप बताएं क्या हुआ?
नमाज पढ़े
सोए थे आप? नमाज
पहले थे ना 1:30 बजे शुरू हुआ ना।
अच्छा 1:30 बजे
1:30 बजे शुरू हुआ, फिर हमने नमाज पढ़ के बैठ गए लॉबी में
जी जी
लॉबी में बैठ के नमाज पढ़ के इससे एक धमाका हुआ,
हाँ हाँ,
साथ ही दूसरा धमाका हुआ, साथ ही हम इधर से वो बच्चे उतरे वहाँ से,
दो जैन और अयान
अयान उतरे, उसके पापा ने उनको ऐसे पकड़ा, मैडम आगे निकल गई, ऐसे पकड़ा, यहाँ धमाका हुआ तो उनकी डेड बैठ गई, यहाँ पड़ी थी।
You can see these sharp nails how they have hit this house completely. Every house in this neighborhood appears to have suffered some damage. Window glass is shattered almost every year. This is close to a Christ School. We were talking, Gamit was talking about near Christ School. These bombs landed here in near Christ School. This is the Christ School. And in fact, in this shelling, one madrasa was also hit. And a Gurdwara was also hit.
आप देखिए जो पहला हिट हुआ इस मकान को, ये मताबदीन का मकान है, पहला शेल जो गिरा वो वहाँ गिरा, दूसरा ये हाँ वो ऊपर वाले छत में, दूसरा गिरा इस छत में, दूसरे वाले छत में, तीसरा यहाँ हिट हुआ, ये जो हिट हुआ ये गली में पड़ा, इसने 2 सेकंड वेट लिया है, जब यहाँ से दीवार को चीर फाड़ कर वो इस गली में पड़ा तो यहाँ जाकर इसने फिर ब्लास्ट किया, जब ब्लास्ट किया तो ये पूरा एरिया जो जितना भी एरिया है ये सब पूरा सब मकानों के शीशे।
So this congested neighborhood in Poonch was targeted, and here 2 little children, Ayan and Zoya, siblings, just 11-year-old, school children, they have been killed, and their father, a teacher, is critically injured. He has been shifted to Chandigarh for specialized treatment. So while people are trying to come back to rebuild their lives, but it is going to be a long time when the wounds of this war, horrible horror, will heal. It will take surely long time for these people because they appear to be really terrified, but for the last 24 hours it has been calm, it has been relatively peaceful because after ceasefire understanding between the two countries, people are coming back here in Poonch to see the destruction of their homes and their livelihood also because many shops have also been damaged during this shelling.
All right, Nazir, they're reporting from Poonch, getting us a sense of the kind of destruction caused by these days of shelling and firing from Pakistan. It's been the first night of calm and a huge sigh of relief for those living in the border areas. Now remember, this conflict was along the western border in Gujarat, in Punjab, in Rajasthan as well. And now this report by Paras from Kutch in Gujarat as normalcy has returned and the local people there heave a sigh of relief.
After the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan 2 days ago, the possibilities of normality has begun in Bhuj and in parts of Kutch. We are at the very important part of Bhuj where you can see the normality has already started. People have started coming out of their homes and they are sitting in a place which is very much important to Bhuj. It's a Hamisar Lake where thousands of tourists visit every day and you can see the normalcy or the shops have been opened by local administration. People has been told to take care, but there is no order has been passed for people and for the local people to stay at home because the things are getting very much normal over here. You can see that people are going to their workplaces and all. People has already opened their places and this is very much normal scenario in Bhuj right now. We had seen a very, very difficult situation in Bhuj 2 days ago. We have some people with us when we can speak to them how the situation is in Bhuj right now. Sir, क्या सिचुएशन है भुज में? हमने 2 दिन पहले देखा कि बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट समय था, लोगों को घर से बाहर देखने के मना किया गया था, निकलने के लिए मना किया गया था, ब्लैकआउट था. अब क्या सिनेरियो है?
अभी बहुत शांति है, कोई है नहीं. अभी 2 दिन से ब्लैकआउट था, वो शांत हो गया है, इसलिए सब बाजार राबता मुजब चालू है और इंडिया से बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. 9 अड्डा तोड़ दिया है उसका आतंकवादियों का, ये सब अच्छा किया है, इसलिए सब पब्लिक राजी खुश है, अभी शांति है.
Now, an ugly development that has taken place after, even as India celebrates the success of Operation Sindhur, is that the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who has become really the face of all the government communication during this time, has been mercilessly trolled online, and now many are coming out in support of him. The IS Association came out in solidarity against the unwarranted personal attacks, and the Indian Police Service Association also condemned the personal attacks on Mr. Misri and his family, given that even his daughter was being targeted by online trolls, so much so that the Foreign Secretary even had to make his account private so that no one could access his account. Such was the extent of the trolling and the criticism and the insults being thrown at him on social media. Now the BJP too has come out to condemn this social media attack that's taking place and the trolling of Vikram Misri. We spoke to BJP Kerala head Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, was trolled relentlessly and he had to go private on X. Of course, the IS and IPS officers associations have condemned it. But, you know, the madness that we saw on social media in particular, there is a situation right now where you have Shashi Tharoor, Salman Khurshid, several Congress leaders coming out in his support saying that this is preposterous. What are your thoughts?
No, look, Vikram Misri is an absolutely gentleman. He's a patriot. I know him reasonably well. He's an absolutely top-class bureaucrat and public servant. And I think the efforts yesterday of trying to intimidate him and undermine him on social media are absolutely shameful. This is a government that is working 24/7 to protect the interests of India and protect the interests of every Indian citizen. They have conducted Operation Sindhur in an absolutely meticulous manner and delivered justice to 27 families. And therefore, I would urge people to get off this, trolling and really be supportive, be united with the government of India, with the men and women in uniform, because we have a common enemy, and that is Pakistan. We have a common threat, which is terrorism. And united, we can prevail and demolish this. And that is certainly what our anger and our frustration should be focused at, not on our own people, and certainly not on distinguished public servants like Vikram Misri.
All right, let's go across to Anushka for more on this story. Anushka, this has been very, very unfortunate, and it's been condemned widely. Now, finally, we have someone, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar from the BJP, also talking about how upsetting this is, and several associations, officer associations, IS associations have all come out to condemn this trolling of such a fine diplomat, one of our top officers, our foreign secretary.
That's right, Gargi. They see that after the ceasefire was announced, a lot of folks went on to receive Foreign Secretary of India. His social media handle, they went on to troll not just Mr. Vikram Misri, but also his family members. They were trolling and abusing family members of Mr. Misri, following which he had to restrict his account followers only. Huge amount of people, overwhelming number of people were coming out like this and openly trying to abuse a fine officer like Misri, who was the top level officer, was also in fact involved in operations in Sindhur. He held PT regularly after that, which he announced the ceasefire also that took place between India and Pakistan, following which there was a lot of hate mongering that was going on, not just on social media, but all over the social media, after which a lot
of Anushka, thanks so much for joining us. With those details, we continue to track that story, but now some breaking news coming in, and it's been the first calm night along the border, and as was scheduled at noon, that conversation has taken place on the hotline. The DGMOs have spoken, the India-Pakistan DGMOs. This is really to cement the ceasefire that was announced on Saturday. Both have acknowledged the first night without hostilities. Remember, while it has been calm, there has been a certain amount of trepidation as well, given that earlier on Saturday when the ceasefire was announced, we did see some amount of aggression from Pakistan coming in with the drones flying in overhead. But now that is the big breaking news. The India-Pakistan DGMOs have spoken as was scheduled to keep that conversation, really going. And India has said it will not be any higher than this. It will be only kept at the DGMO level, this conversation. Let's go across to Aishwarya, who's been tracking all these developments. Aishwarya, earlier you were tracking that high-level meeting at the Prime Minister's residence. that came ahead of this DGMO talks, this hotline talks that were to take place. And also at 2:30 there will be a briefing in which we will learn more about what was spoken.
Well, that's for the first time after the ceasefire announcement. The DGMO level talks have concluded at 1200 hours via hotline. The DGMO of India and Pakistan got connected, and both agreed that that last night was without any hostilities. It was peaceful amongst the border areas of India and Pakistan, and there would be more details that would be shared very soon at the press briefing that is expected at around 2:30 p.m. It is, of course, the high-level meeting simultaneously that was underway at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg at Prime Minister's residence, and we all saw those visuals, Prime Minister chairing those meetings, and that has also been concluded just a few minutes back. I saw NSA Ajit Doval and Air Chief also leaving from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. It was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, along with Tri-Service Chiefs and NSA, CDS, all were present at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. And of course, you know, at a time when the DGMO level talks were underway. Yes, that's the big news as far as the talks were concerned. Remember, it was earlier announced by the Foreign Secretary that on 12th of May at 1200 hours, there would be the talks between the DGMO, between India and Pakistan, that will be done. As far as you know, the agenda is concerned, there was nothing apart from de-escalating the situation along with the line of control. The bilateral agreement, the understanding between India and Pakistan was all about the kinetic action and halt of any sort of firing at air, land or sea between India and Pakistan, and how from here on the situation will de-escalate is something that had been you know, only one point agenda. Of course, the meeting has ended, and you know, further details are awaited. But Prime Minister also was briefed about the latest developments. He took the stock of the situation. Defence Minister and External Affairs Minister both briefed Prime Minister about the current situation, and now all eyes would be at 2:30 p.m. when this all-important briefing by the Department of Military Affairs, you know, a DGMO level officer would be conducting and would be giving more details about it.
That's right, Aishwarya. So we are expecting more details. Another very welcome sign of, you know, some of normalcy in a sense returning is the opening up of airports and, you know, along in our border areas and border states that were closed for the last couple of days, those 32 airports. But also we saw a press briefing by the BJP in which they lauded the entire Operation Sindhur, and once again, you know, reiterated the points that had been made by the services yesterday when that briefing took place regarding, you know, the extent of Operation Sindhur and how army bases and you know, air bases were destroyed inside Pakistan. So we're expecting that briefing to take place around 2:30. Meanwhile, the Congress, you know, continuing with its demand that there should be a special session. They feel that, and they're asking that the government needs to, you know, give more clarity about everything that took place and how this ceasefire was arrived at.
Well, certainly, the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi has written a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, 3 demands from the Congress Party and the opposition that the government should call a special session of Parliament and give details about Operation Sindhur. Number 2, the Congress Party also demanding an all-party meeting that should be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi this time. And thirdly, why the third party had intervened, why the United States of America President Donald Trump announced the ceasefire while the opposition thinks that it is completely a bilateral matter. The Bharatiya Janata Party on its own is doing a huddle. JP Nadda yesterday chaired a high-level meeting as well, in which we saw Ashwini Vaishnav and senior leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party came today as well. BJP President JP Nadda is at the BJP headquarters. The meeting is scheduled at 1 p.m. We have been told by our sources that Bharatiya Janata Party had called all the general secretaries, and there would be directions that would be given from the top BJP leadership to all the MPs, union ministers, general secretaries, and the cadres in large number to send off a message to the entire country while holding.
I'm just going to go across to our colleague Nazir Masoodi, who joins us from Poonch and has been sending us those reports. And Nazir, the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah also in the area meeting with those whose houses have been destroyed, those who were injured as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what government is supposed to do. Reach out to those who have suffered badly because of this confrontation, and the shells from Pakistan have landed here in the residential areas and the religious places as well, and they have caused massive damage to property and the lives. So many people have been killed in this particular area and so many have been injured. Now it is the responsibility of the government to reach out to those affected people and rebuild lives. They cannot bring back the lives, but at least they can reach out to those. That's exactly Chief Minister is trying to go, visiting the families of deceased and also seeing the extent of damage which has been caused to the properties here. I visit some of the congested neighborhoods where in fact two children had died, Zain and Zoya, two siblings, and when shells landed there. So it is people are still trying to come to terms with the loss, even as over the last 24 hours things are limping back to normal, and there's no shelling from across the border. It was after 3 weeks. People are heaving a sigh of relief, and there's no, in a sense, tension. People only hope that it stays and it holds on, as both the DGMOs have spoken to each other, and it has been, was as per the schedule. DGMOs were supposed to speak to each other today to take this ceasefire understanding forward, so that there's no other misunderstanding or the violation of the ceasefire understanding.
All right, thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. So that's the updates that we can get you. The third army level talks took place earlier today, and that briefing is expected at 2:30. Do stay tuned to NDTV. We're slipping into a short break at the moment.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Mumbai to welcome the second cable-stayed bridge soon.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two
credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the
DGMOs of India and Pakistan have spoken on military hotline. They say it's the first night without hostilities. This has been acknowledged by both sides. An hour-long meeting continued at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister, Tri-Services Chief and NSA attended the meeting. All airports now are open for flight operations. 32 airports were shut amid India-Pakistan tensions. The BJP says that we hit at the heart of terror on Operation Sindhur. Congress has pushed for a special parliament session. And more support is pouring in for the Foreign Secretary. Well, BJP's Kerala chief has slammed trolling of Vikram Misri. R. Chandrasekhar says it's absolutely shameful to undermine the Foreign Secretary. Sensex zooms over 2,500 points. Investors cheer India-Pak ceasefire and US-China trade deal. An Indian star batter Virat Kohli hangs his test boots. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition with some big development now coming in. We are learning that the DGMOs of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other on military hotline. And this is the third army level talks in the last 3 days that have taken place. So what we are now given to understand is that both sides have marked de-escalation, and this has been, the last night has been the first night at LOC with no hostilities, and this has been acknowledged by both sides. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. My colleague Ishwarya is joining us on the broadcast, as well as Nazir is also with us on the broadcast here. Let me first go to Ishwarya here. Ishwarya, more details coming out. We understand the press briefing is going to take place at 2:30 p.m. But before that, the latest bit that's coming out is that both sides have acknowledged that there has been calm. And, you know, the night that passed last night, it was without any hostilities at the line of control.
Well, after the ceasefire announcement, this is the first time when the DGMO of both India and Pakistan were on the military hotline. And yes, the discussions went on as far as de-escalation on both the sides are concerned, along with the line of control and international border. But they both agreed that it was without any hostilities on the Indian side and Pakistani side, and that was the first night. The details will emerge at the press conference is scheduled at 2:30 p.m. Let me also tell you that the high-level meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's official residence, in which Prime Minister was chairing, in which, of course, the Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister, Tri-Services Chief, the NSA and CDS, all were the part of it, had concluded. It was a 1 hour, 30 minutes long meeting that went on, and it was, you know, Prime Minister who took the stock of the current situation. He was briefed about how the developments are unfolding at the line of control, and whether it is the Pakistani side and the Indian side which is obeying the bilateral understanding that they had made, and without any ceasefire violation, the night took place.
Ishwarya, I'll just come back to you. I'll just come back to you. My colleague Shiv Arora is also joining us on the broadcast. My colleague Nazir also with Poonch. I'll go to Shiv also. Let me go across to Nazir. Nazir has some people also with him. Nazir, You have people around you. What are they saying now? There has been calm. It has been the first night at the LOC without any hostilities, and that of course has been confirmed by both sides as well. However, we'll try and get more information about that in just a bit. What are people really saying there?
Well, let me show you where I am. This is Poonch town, and behind these mountains is Pakistan. And it's from there, behind these mountains, they fired shells here in Poonch town, and there's substantial damage to the properties, and also several people died because of the Pakistani shelling. And I'll show you this madrasa also suffered damage. Shells landed, hit the this madrasa also. One teacher, Maulana Muhammad Iqbal, died inside the house, and there are 2 more people who are linked to this madrasa have also been killed, and 3 children were also injured in the shelling. But thankfully now it is calm for last 24 hours. आप बताएंगे कि अब क्या अमन है, कल से कोई शेलिंग नहीं हो रही?
जी हाँ, जिस वक्त से कि सीज़ फायर का ऐलान किया गया है, उस वक्त तक अब इस वक्त जो है वो शेलिंग नहीं हो रही है, और इस वक्त तक बिल्कुल आराम है, और सीज़ फायर की कोई शिकायत, उसके तोड़ने की कोई शिकायत मौसूल नहीं हुई है, जिसकी वजह से लोग जो है वो बड़ा ही आराम महसूस कर रहे हैं, और लोगों के ज़हनों के ऊपर जो एक बोझ था, जो दहशत थी, जो खौफ था, जो डर था, वो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता उतर रहा है, और उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि इस सीज़ फायर को बराबर करार करिए।
जी आप बताएं आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम रबनीक है। जैसे कि हमारे मौलाना साहब ने बताया, जैसे कि सीज़ फायर जब से ये बंद हुआ है तब से हम लोग अमन शांत से जी रहे हैं। और ये जो मौलाना जी हमारे यहाँ पे डेथ हुई, बहुत ही एक नेक इंसान थे, तो उनके जाने से हमें बहुत दुख हुआ। तो जब से ये शेलिंग बंद हुई है,
गुरुद्वारा पे भी, मदरसे भी फायरिंग हुई और गुरुद्वारा पे भी शेलिंग।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। तो जब से ये शेलिंग बंद हुई है तो तब से हम अमन चैन से रह रहे हैं, और हम होप करते हैं कि आगे भी ऐसा ही रहेगा। दोनों गवर्नमेंट जो मिलकर बात करें ताकि यहाँ के लोग सफ़र ना हो पाए इस चीज़ से।
बात होनी चाहिए,
जी हाँ, जंग नहीं होनी चाहिए।
जी आप बताएं मौलाना साहब, क्या अब बाजार तो अभी भी पूंछ में ज़्यादातर दुकानें अभी भी बंद है?
अभी तो पूरा शहर अगर देखा जाए तो पूरे शहर में एक अभी खौफ का माहौल तो है, लेकिन उम्मीद यही करते हैं कि जल्द अज ये कैफियत दूर हो और अमन की फिजा जो है वो बहाल हो। हम यही चाहते हैं कि दोनों मुल्क आपस में मिल करके बैठ करके कोई इसका हल निकालें, इसलिए कि जंग किसी मसले का हल नहीं है, बल्कि तो बहुत सारे मसलों को पैदा करती है।
असल में क्योंकि आप ये कहते हैं कि आप ही को इतनी सदमा उठाना पड़ा।
हाँ, हम हमारे एक टीचर और उसके साथ हमारे जो स्कूल है उसकी जो एक टीचर थी, उसकी जो है एक नौजवान बच्चा, एक ही बच्चा था उनको, वो भी इसमें सफ़र हुआ। और इस शहर में देखे आप ये मस्जिद रश्मि सूदन उनका बेटा था, और उसके अलावा हमारे बच्चे जख्मी भी हुए। शहर में जो है हमारा गुरुद्वारा,
One important thing about this madrasa, there are 1200 students, and among the teachers is one Rashmi Sudan, a non-Muslim Hindu. She is teaching here in this madrasa, and unfortunately her young son has also died in Pakistani shelling. And also there is another teacher, his brother has also been killed here. So it is a painful story. It will take long time to heal the wounds of this horrible conflict and the shelling here. But here in Poonch, life is limping back to normal. It's not easy to forget
People
what
here
has happened.
are clearly not in favor of war, and that is what India and Pakistan, both sides are trying to achieve. And all right, my colleague Shivarur also with us on the broadcast. He's from Lagma in Uri. Well, Shiv, the military operations chiefs of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other, and what we are also learning is that the next steps are supposed to have been discussed. However, we understand more details will be out in some time from now when the briefing happens.
That's correct, Kitty. We've just got information that the 2 DGMOs, Major General Kashif Abdullah of Pakistan and Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai of India, have either already spoken or are speaking. It was a scheduled conversation, remember, which was supposed to happen around noon today, decided 2 days ago when that ceasefire understanding was arrived at between the two countries. My guess is it's not going to be a long conversation, or hasn't been a long conversation, because this one is something of a formality just to mark, what the last 2 days have been like. Remember, the first night after that understanding did see violations, did see a drone attack, which we reported live on NDTV while we were reporting. There were several different violations that happened on the line of control and the international border. But last night, the army acknowledged this morning has been the first night that has been largely peaceful, no violations, no escalations of any kind, no drones or any sightings. And therefore, that kind of set the stage for this conversation between the two DGMOs, which we understand, clears the decks, like you said, for what the next steps will be. We're looking forward to details of this conversation between the two DGMOs at the press briefing that will take place today. It's important to acknowledge, however, that even though there were no hostilities last night, India and I'm sure Pakistan as well remain in a state of war alert. The militaries are at a maximum state of preparedness right now because India has sent out a very hard message that any deviations, even minor, from this understanding between the two countries that was arrived at on May the 10th will attract very, very severe punitive measures from India. So far, India has been responding in the equal domain of Pakistan's violations, whether it is on the line of control or otherwise. But after Operation Sindoor, after India has struck 11 Pakistan Air Force bases, 26 terror targets, cities in Pakistan as well, it's not business as usual anymore. The rules of engagement have completely changed. That is something that would not have been discussed in this DGMO hotline chat, but that is a message that has gone directly to Pakistan already. So the pressure is going to be on Pakistan. The ball is in Pakistan's court to ensure no violations, no provocations of any kind. 2:30 p.m. today is that big press conference. Hopefully it'll be as expansive and detailed as yesterday's.
All right. Shiv, also, I want to know from you, till the time complete normalcy returns to the region in Jammu Kashmir, everything remains closed, shops, schools, everything is closed?
Pretty much. I'm here in a town called Lagama, which is very close to the line of control in Uri sector, right behind me. And we reported from here a few days ago, when there was a fatality of a woman called Nargis Bano, very close by here, who had lost her life in shelling. Even now, all around me, shops are completely shut. The people from this village have all been taken to Baramulla, which is further, inside in the depth areas, closer to Srinagar. But I can tell you that state authorities and local administration have issued warnings for people not to return in a hurry to their houses yet, and the state will take care of them. And the reason for that, Kitty, is because a lot of possible unexploded, shells or unexploded mortars or ordnance of any kind could be scattered in areas. Not a lot of the ammunition that Pakistan uses is of very good quality, so some would have exploded, some may be lying unexploded, and therefore poses a very, very big threat and a risk to humans returning back to their settlements. So until bomb disposal squads have sanitized many of these villages around me here at the LOC in Uri, it's still going to be difficult to call anything normal just yet. I think it's going to take a few days, if not a few weeks, until people begin to see the rhythm of life returning.
All right. Thank you so much, Shiv, for getting us all those details. My colleague Nazir also, as well as Aishwarya, with us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, you kindly stay on with us. We have some more information now coming in about this important meeting that has been held at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Prime Minister Modi chaired this key security meeting at 7 LKM, that is at his house. This was an hour-long meeting that took place at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Defense Minister, External Affairs Minister, CDS and NSA have met the Prime Minister. The Tri-Chiefs also met the Prime Minister. And for more details, my colleague Aishwarya with us. Aishwarya, any more details about the meeting? What all was discussed here?
Well, what we know so far is that it was a two-part meeting. First, the Prime Minister chairing that high-level meeting in which the CDS, NSA, Tri-Services Chiefs, Defense Minister and External Affairs Minister were there, and Prime Minister took a stock of the situation. He was briefed about the current developments. Simultaneously, it was the DGMO level talks which were underway. On the other side, after that meeting, it was a separate meeting that Prime Minister took with NSA Ajit Doval and the Air Chief as well. And that meeting lasted for almost 15-20 minutes, and both have now left the Prime Minister's residence. Of course, these high-level talks are very crucial. Prime Minister would have been briefed about how the ongoing situation is whether there was any kind of movement that was seen yesterday along with the line of control or not, or how much now the effort is to de-escalate, because the announcement has been done. But of course, the main thing is the Indian Armed Forces have been told to be on alert along with the line of control and the international border as well, looking at the Pakistan history. The more details will come as far as what sort of talks went on as far as the DGMOs of India and Pakistan are concerned. But at the moment, the high-level meeting had concluded at Prime Minister's residence.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later as more developments come in. Meanwhile, this is the latest bit that we're getting at the moment. We'll keep an eye on more updates. Meanwhile, in a big initiative towards saving the precious lives of innocent civilians who've been affected with the heavy artillery shelling of Pakistan, Indian Army and Jammu Kashmir Police have taken up a major area clearance operation in all those areas that remain affected with heavy Pakistan shelling in recent days. Under the operation, Indian Army and Jammu Kashmir Police are tracing all the live artillery shells fired by Pakistan that are still lying in civilian areas, and those shells are being destroyed through control explosions by bomb disposal squad of the army. My colleague Nazir is joining us on the broadcast here. He's been tracking all the updates regarding this. Nazir, what more can you tell us? A major clearance operation has been taken up. It's a joint operation, we understand, by the Indian Army and Jammu Kashmir Police.
Well, since it has been heavily shelled areas, and there's possibility there can be unexploded material lying scattered in these areas, affected areas. So police has issued an advisory asking people who had to flee from their homes, don't rush back. Don't rush back quickly. Wait for us. We are carrying out clearance operation, sanitization operation. If they find these unexploded shells or any material, they will take care of that. And then people would be asked to come back. So that is the advisory. People who have been, for example, thousands of people have been displaced because of the situation. I saw here in Poonch some people coming back to there and seeing, but because ultimately everybody loves his or his home. So they want to come back and see the extent of damage, or those which have not been hit by shells, if everything is safe. So people are trying to come back to their home, but government has asked, and police have asked them to exercise caution. Wait for a while. We are carrying out clearance operation. Only then you are welcome to come to your homes. They belong to you. But it has been a traumatizing time for the people. Not just they lost their homes, many lost their relatives, they lost their property, businesses. But now they have to wait for some more time before this clearance operation is completed in different border areas of Jammu and Kashmir that were hit by Pakistani shelling.
So Nazir, many families who must have evacuated their homes, who must have left their homes for safer areas, they are still not coming back. This is what the guideline is so far. And where all are these people staying now? There has been, of course, we've seen drone attacks in Jammu area also. Did they move out of Jammu Kashmir? And how soon are they going to be returning?
Well, one good thing is, a good number of people are being taken care of by the government. They have been accommodated in different places like the schools and colleges, or the shelter places where they are in a safe, relatively safer location during the shelling. Many people are going to their friends and relatives who live in the relatively safer areas. So when it comes to the challenge, whenever there has been any challenge, people have been helping each other a great deal. So that is happening this time also, that human relation is helping, that is making people help each other. So if people facing shelling, they are going to this area, they have gone to other areas till the time this place is okay. Now the people appear to be confident. They are saying since last 24 hours there has not been any violation, and though I hope it will continue, and that's expected. Both the DGMOs have spoken to each other, again reiterated their position that they will maintain the ceasefire along the line of control and international border.
All right, thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us those details there, those visuals on your TV screens of this clearance operation that has been undertaken by the Indian Army and the Jammu Kashmir Police. This army clearance operation is being carried out in parts of Jammu Kashmir where the army believes there could be traces of live artillery shells which could be harmful or could be damaging to the people around and their belongings as well. All right, shifting our focus now, we are learning that BSF Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz received a Guard of Honor in Patna. The soldier died at cross-border firing at Jammu Kashmir's Arispura sector. His mortal remains were brought to Patna, cutting across party lines. Several leaders, including RJD's Tejashwi Yadav and others, were present to pay tribute to the soldier.
Sir, हम बस इतना ही कहना चाहेंगे. I'm proud of my father. I'm proud of my father, and also जो जिसने भी देश को अपना बलिदान दिया, जितने भी शहीद लोग हैं, I'm salute to him. बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ. जी बिल्कुल. Thank to all and all my देश कि हम साथ रहने के लिए, and thank for cooperation to all of you.
My colleague Prabhakar also with us on the broadcast here. Those visuals on your TV screens of the last rites that were conducted and Guard of Honor that was given to the BSF sub-inspector. It's very unfortunate and we've heard those reactions coming in also, Prabhakar, from the family of the sub-inspector. We understand political leaders cutting across party lines also reached for the Guard of Honor for paying their last respects to the BSF sub-inspector.
Yeah, BSF Sub-Inspector actually Mohammad Imtiaz, who hails from Chhapra in Bihar. His mortal remains were brought to Patna today, and the Guard of Honor ceremony was held at the Patna airport, which was represented by all political parties. So, be it the ruling coalition, the opposition, Tejashwi Yadav, or the ministers of the Bihar government, also the DGP and all the senior officials, they were all there to receive the body. The Guard of Honor, the ceremonial function was held there, and then the body has been brought to Chhapra, and as we speak, the final burial is happening with the full state honor at Chhapra. And interestingly, I mean, we are seeing huge crowd on the streets, people actually waving tricolor, raising slogan for Mohammad Imtiaz, who lost his life in this battle. And remember, he was hit by one of the drone attacks by Pakistan, as his family members are confirming, and they had a word with him before he died, actually. So when he was hit, he had a word with his family members. His family members even booked their ticket for Jammu, and they reached Delhi first. Then the flights were cancelled, so they could not actually reach Jammu. But before they could have actually done it, he passed away. He succumbed to his injury. His right leg, we were told, was completely blown off in one of the drone attacks, which was carried out by Pakistan. So his mortal remains has been brought to Chhapra, and as we speak, the final burial is happening with full state honor here.
All right, thank you so much, Prabhakar, for getting us all those details there. We have those visuals coming in of the final tributes that are being paid to the late soldier. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister also reached Patna here, where the Guard of Honor is being given to the BSF sub-inspector. His family members there also, one of his brothers speaking to the media, said that they are proud of their brother, and his sacrifice won't go in vain. All right, shifting our focus now, we understand now Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah also now has spoken out. He's spoken exclusively to NDTV on Operation Sindoor and Jammu Kashmir's economy, as he says that it lies in tatters now. There are no tourists, and the valley is empty. Everything is shut. And he's spoken about the impact of the India-Pakistan conflict and also the ceasefire agreement between the two nations. Listen in.
It is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as Normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty. Schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed, and yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has by design unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is, there's a larger question, is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time we were saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling, and it wasn't just sort of tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
All right, so more updates now coming in at the moment. We're learning 32 airports across northern and northwestern regions of India that were closed due to airspace restrictions in the wake of heightened tension with Pakistan have now reopened. As per India's aviation regulator, the airports including Srinagar, Chandigarh, Amritsar are now available for civil aircraft operations. And we understand the closure was announced Saturday, just 3 days after India began an anti-terror campaign, Operation Sindhur, that involved striking terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is what we are learning at the moment. My colleague Tanushka also tracking the updates for us. We understand now all 32 airports have been reopened now, and the airport authority also has now advised travelers to check the flight status directly with the airlines. Any more updates, any more instructions that have been given, Tanushka?
Precisely, Kitty. We do understand that the decision to resume operations of these 32 airports came after careful consideration and comprehensive conversations with the defense and the aviation authorities. We do understand that the airport authority also deemed it the condition to be stable enough now for the safe operations of all of these airports to reopen for civil flight operations. Remember, these airports were temporarily shut until May 15th by the Civil Aviation Ministry as a precautionary measure for the northern and western region of our country, which were these high sensitive risk zones. To name a few of these airports, these were Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Chandigarh, Amritsar, Porbandar, Rajkot, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, among the other 32 airports. And now they will be opening with immediate effect after the Airport Authorities of India has informed in a notification Now, in this notification, we also understand that they have also instructed passengers to maintain constant communication in touch with their airline specifically. This is, going to take time, this transition as well. So the authorities are also working on a smooth transition back to normalcy, which also means reallocation of staff, reallocation of slots, and crowd management as well. Remember, these airports, all 32 of them, have been shut for over a week now, and this has caused a lot of disruption with respect to air travel. So naturally now people who will be might wanting to go back home or go return to their places of choice. Airports now, especially from Srinagar to Delhi maybe, and these lines are going to be very
normalcy, but until that happens, of course, India is keeping a vigil, an eye on the activities of Pakistan. Well, now 32 airports, of course, have been opened, but yes, this is going to be a gradual process, with the airport authority also issuing advisory for people to come back or even check with the airlines, with the authorities here before they book the flight or as they go ahead. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us all those details there. Meanwhile, this is the latest that we're getting also amid India-Pakistan tensions. ISRO chairman V. Narayanan has said that at least 10 satellites are continuously working round the clock for the strategic purpose to ensure the safety and security of the citizens of the country. Well, ISRO chief also highlighted the organization's effort to ensure the country's safety amid tensions with Pakistan. Listen in.
We are having our neighbors, you all know, I need not explain. If we have to ensure safety of this country, we have to really serve through the satellite. We have to monitor the entire 7,500 kilometer seashore area, we have to monitor. And the entire northern part, we have to monitor continuously. Without satellite technology, without drone technology, we cannot achieve that. Today, I am happy to inform that at least 10 satellites are continuously working, 24/7 working for the strategic purpose to ensure safety and security of the citizens of this country.
All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. We'll be right back.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
Welcome back after the break. The US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days in a major de-escalation in the tariff war that's threatening to cut off trade between the world's two largest economies. As part of an agreement hammered out in Geneva, the US will lower tariffs on Chinese goods to 30% from 145%, and China will reduce the duties on US imports to 10% from 125%. Well, this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. Big breaking news that we are learning of. The US and China have now come to an agreement to lower the tariffs for the next 3 months. We understand this comes as a big de-escalation in the tariff war that has been taking place, and that has had an impact on big countries of the world, major countries of the world. As part of this agreement between US and China, it is being learned that the US is going to be lowering the tariffs on Chinese goods to 30%. Well, remember, US had earlier imposed 145% tariffs on Chinese goods, and China is also now going to reduce the duties on US imports to 10%. China had earlier imposed about 125% tariffs on the US goods, but that is going to come down to 10% now. This deal has been brokered between the two sides. We'll be getting more on that in just a bit. My colleague Vishal will be joining us in just a bit. He's tracking all the updates here, but we understand at the moment China and US both have agreed to slash the tariffs, and this is for a 90-day period. This is for a 3-month period. We understand at this point in time, US and China will both be cutting tariffs by 115%, and this is being seen as a big move by both sides. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. There has been a big jump in the global markets. Investors have cheered US-China trade deal, and US futures spiked nearly 1,000 points. Asian markets have jumped over 3%. Also, we are learning now European markets have gained over 1%, while India's stock markets have surged over 3%. This is a big update that's coming in at the moment. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj will also be joining us. Meanwhile, this comes as a big jump in the global markets amid reports of the US-China trade deal. Investors have cheered the deal, and the US futures have spiked nearly 1,000 points. Also, we understand Asian markets have jumped over 3%. European markets have also gained. What we're learning now is that it's about 1% gain that the European markets have had amid reports of the US-China trade deal. Well, remember, US and China have brokered a deal, and they've made substantial progress in the key trade talks that's been taking place between the two countries in Switzerland. US Treasury Secretary also described the discussions as productive and constructive, while China said that the talks that were held between the both sides were in-depth and also candid in nature. And White House, remember, has called it a trade deal, a great trade deal, but also not given out further details. All right, my colleague Sakshi is now joining us on the broadcast here. She is getting us more on that. Well, big jump in the markets here, Sakshi. Take us through details. Sakshi, if you're able to hear my voice, there has been a big jump in the markets. Credit goes to the US-China trade deal. Take us through the details here, Sakshi. All right, I'm being told that Sakshi will be joining us in just a bit. There has been some problem with her line there, but this is what we're learning at this point in time. Professor Arun Kumar is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV once again. How do you see this development, sir?
It's a good development because trade between China and the US, the two largest countries in the world and two largest traders, that will resume. At 125 and 145% duty, the trade had completely stopped. So, that would have moved the world economy towards a recession. Because if these two economies stop trading and stopped or reduce their production, then other economies will get affected. Also, there's a fear that China would have large surpluses, which it would try and sell to other countries, and that would have meant maybe dumping also. China was already discussing with Europe, with Southeast Asia, and even had offered to India that it could have special deals. Now that the US-China trade would resume, 10% duty is still there, but that's not like what it was, and therefore trade would resume. So that's a very positive thing, and that's why I think the stock markets have reacted very positively, because the fear of recession would decline now.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Also help us understand, what does it really mean for India, our markets here, our economy here?
So, the issue is that there was a huge uncertainty. This 90-day pause that was there, we didn't know what was coming at the end of 90 days, and we didn't know what were the concessions that India or other countries would have to give. But I think from the tariffs that have been levied already, the U.S. economy is already suffering. In the first quarter, it had already declined, even though that was not entirely due to tariffs, but the tariffs coming would have actually made it decline even further. So, in other words, the world economy going into recession and the uncertainty, that's what was leading to decline in investments. And when investments decline, then the stock markets decline, the currencies, the financial market, they get into a turmoil, and that's not good for investment.
Yes.
So I think there's greater certainty for investment and therefore better certainty about growth and therefore better for the world economy as a whole.
But sir, initially we understand both sides have been quite adamant. Donald Trump has been quite adamant on imposing these tariffs, and China also in a retaliatory move imposed tariffs on US goods. It of course has been really important for the world economy here in question, as you've been saying. But why for both US and China also it was so necessary to break this stalemate?
You see, USA has been trying to curb China's growth. China has become a superpower. So, in various ways, the US has been trying to curb its growth. Like, for instance, on advanced technology, like on chips, etc. It had withdrawn its software people. It had withdrawn, the selling of the NVIDIA chips and other advanced chips to China. So China had to be stalled by the USA. But the USA realized that it's very heavily dependent on China. And that's why, even though it was levying 145% duty on Chinese goods, it had allowed electronic equipment to be imported from China because it couldn't get it from anywhere else. So I think that Mr. Trump learned very quickly that China not giving up. China was matching US tariffs by increasing its own tariffs. So the President Trump learned very quickly that the USA could not go down this path. And I think this is very important for the world because he also should realize that the path that he's chosen for the rest of the world is also not the path that's correct. Because even if he goes against India, EU, etc., and we also levy tariffs on American goods and so on, then the American economy will continue to suffer. So therefore, this lesson for the US coming from China is very important for the entire world because I think now President Trump will change his strategy towards the rest of the world also.
Well, absolutely. That is what is expected, sir. But let's really see how this really goes here. Thank you so much, Professor Arun Kumar, for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing all those details there. This is what we're learning at the moment. Of course, markets have seen a great jump because of reports of the US-China trade deal. However, we understand more details are awaited on that, but both sides have said that this deal between US and China would have big repercussions for the global economy, and that is what is expected in the coming days. All right, shifting our focus now to some news coming in from the world of cricket. After days of speculation, Indian cricket great Virat Kohli has confirmed his retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect in an emotional post on Instagram. After the India Test captain Rohit Sharma confirmed his retirement from the longest format of the game. The report of Kohli communicating the same intent to the BCCI emerged, sending shockwaves across the cricketing spectrum. It was reported that the board was in talks with Kohli to make him change his mind, but it seems that the outcome was unsuccessful. Now, Virat Kohli also said that he had never imagined this journey. He said it's not easy, but it feels absolutely right. Well, this is what we are learning now. My colleague Rika is also now joining us on the broadcast here. My colleague Sriram also with us on the broadcast to talk about Virat Kohli's departure from Test cricket and what impact it's going to have on Indian cricket. Rika, you've been covering cricket, you've been covering sports for a very long time now. What's your assessment? Was it expected or is it shocking for all?
Well, Kitty, since you broached the topic, yes, I have been lucky to cover the entire span of Virat Kohli as a Test cricketer, as an ODI cricketer and a T20 cricketer. Well, it is surprising but not shocking, as one would say, because, Virat Kohli has not been in a great run of form in Test cricket of late. At the peak of his career, his Test average hovered around 70. it was 68.75. But over the last few years, I would say over the last 2.5 years, the average has gone down to 32.56. Virat Kohli has been plagued by what the English press has been calling off-stumpitis, which means that he has been getting out by chasing the balls outside the off-stump. It is something that had plagued him during the last tour of England and even during the tour of Australia. Virat perhaps thought that another English tour will be difficult if his mind and body is not in sync, and perhaps thought it was the right time to call it quits, even though if he had played another series and scored another 770 runs, he would have been in that vaulted company of greats who have scored 10,000 runs in Test cricket, like Sunil Gavaskar, like Sachin Tendulkar, Kumara Sangakkara, Ricky Ponting, all of whom are Virat Kohli's heroes. He leaves, a great legacy, a great impact on Test cricket. In fact, from the time Virat Kohli became the Test captain, India really envisaged picking 20 wickets in both innings of the Test match. He created a bevy of Test fast bowlers who would give him that advantage as a captain, having picked 10 innings in each wicket, which is 20 innings in a Test match. Virat Kohli really dominated Test cricket between 2016 and 2019. He scored 30 Test centuries, 31 were his half centuries, and of them, he converted 30 of them into Test centuries, which in itself is a phenomenal record.
In the Test format, and of course, lot to his credit here. Gautam Gambhir also has reacted to Virat Kohli's Test retirement, saying that we will miss you, cheeks. Atul Vasan, former Indian cricketer, also with us on the broadcast here. Mr. Vasan, not just Gautam Gambhir, I mean, a lot of reactions, of course, coming in. Everybody is going to miss Virat Kohli on the field when it comes to Test cricket. It's a big loss for Indian cricket. How do you see it?
I don't think so. It's a loss because, he came, he thrilled us, he created this huge aura and legacy for Indian cricket because Sachin went and we got Virat. So, we are so lucky to get these one-in-a-generation players, one after the other. And I'm sure there's somebody lurking around the corner. But let's just look back and enjoy and what he delivered and what he gave to all of us. It was just not cricket. And I think we all know that Virat's total was bigger than the sum of his parts because he changed the context, how we actually consume this sport in India. And the sport where it is now, cricket stature in India is partly because of Virat, because, one superstar, one a legend or one icon, takes the game forward. And that's it was Kapil Dev winning the 83 World Cup and now Virat. But just like a tinge of sadness that we could have seen one big send-off like the Tendulkar, full, because when he just turned up to play for Delhi, even the Ranji Trophy game, the ground was full. So imagine this guy is a magnet. And that's why, he brings, and this will be lost economically for world cricket, not just Indian cricket.
Absolutely. Rika also wants to come in, yes.
Atul, it's very interesting that you talked about Kohli being once in a generation player. You said Sachin went, we got Kohli. Once Kohli goes, who's the one you are going to be hooked to watch Test cricket?
I just hope that Test cricket was actually sustained by players like Kohli. And I think if we don't have players like him and we keep on losing players, because the next generation, you can see that the low-hanging fruit, people are becoming famous, rich, playing T20 cricket, and not many people or even talented players who've got that quality, not actually willing to go that extra yard because, that cap, the Test record, and all the players, if you ask, we judge players and we look back and, we see what he has done in Test cricket, not in T20 or even one-day cricket. So, that is it. So we need to develop players who are made for Test cricket to ensure that Test cricket survives. But even sadly, players who are in that mode, like Pujaras and Hashim Amlas and all, they don't get picked for these franchise cricket and they lose out financially. So I think unless a system is made where players who've got that quality are compensated by the boards that they should not actually just yield to that, easy money. I don't think so that Test cricket is going to survive too long.
Haven't answered my question. After Kohli, who next? That
Well,
once in a generation Indian
King is
player.
dead. Long live the king. You can't. I can take many names, but I don't think so that this will be repeated. Because the next phase of cricket worldwide is, Test cricket people will not be playing Test cricket for too long, and these records will stand forever.
Mr. Vasan, what many are also saying that Virat Kohli could have waited till the England series before retiring. That was what was being expected.
Why? Because he's made up his mind. There are other issues also. There's life outside cricket also. He's got 2 young kids, and the kind of pressure on him, the kind of the timeline he has to devote to cricket. I'm sure that he decided that enough is enough, because even if 700 runs it reaches 10,000, he's not going to make Kohli a better player. We all know what he's delivered, and even that one more test series. But I think he would have added a lot of value in England because of the conditions and all that. And if just his presence, you were saying about his records and all, I think that was actually, quite churlish to just say his average had dropped and all. But his just presence is actually worth more than what is delivered in runs.
Well, Atul, Virat Kohli is one of the most loved cricketers across the world. The Australians love him and think that he is one of their own. The way Virat Kohli retired from Test cricket, does it remind you of Gilchrist of 2008 when he just decided to retire after having played 96 Tests on having dropped that catch of VVS Lakshman?
Not really. I think there are some players who just know when it is time. And there's a saying cliche in cricket. That retire when people ask why rather than when. And most cricketers, I mean 90%, 95% of cricketers go ranting and raving, and they just are bitter because they just, when they leave the game. But some players decide that they want to leave at the top when people really want them to play, and I think they are respected more. And why just Adam Gilchrist? In 96 Test matches, even if you play 4 Test matches, we remember Donald Bradman getting out on duck in the last inning. If you would have got that run and 100 average, what was so special? But now 99.96 is better number.
But, those 770 runs from 10,000 run club, Virat Kohli easily was one of those cricketers who could have entered that, Hall of Greats. And everyone's saying that he had those 2 years or 3 years of cricket left in him. Would you say that
you
it
mean
is
to tell me
India's
that
loss not to have...
now he hasn't entered the Hall of Fame because of not getting 10,000?
Not in that club, Atul, for sure.
So what is so special about that club? Because he is in his own club, and people know that he was way above many players who got to 10,000. But what he changed the game, and I think that is more important than just those numbers.
Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of Virat Kohli's legacy, what would you say is the biggest? Is it the way he has inculcated the culture of fitness, or the fact that he invested in bowlers who could take 20 wickets for India in Test matches, or that word that he used for Indian cricket, which was intent to win?
No, I think he just coincided with that, Indian whole psyche, Indian culture. We were submissive for far too long. Then suddenly his aggressive persona, and you said he was most loved. He was most hated also. And I don't respect people who everybody loves, because that shows that you never stood up for something, and you got to respect any person who's got enemies also, because you can see that he took stances, and I think his fitness dogma on the Indian cricket, and this just a superstar thing, and the value he brought through IPL also. But I'm sure board will miss out on a lot of endorsements and all, because just one guy can bring so many people to the stadium and to watch the television, and I think it'll be financial loss also across the board.
What about the English Cricket Board? Would they be mourning right now after this news?
I think they should get him on the commentary thing because he's moved to London anyway. So
right. Right. You know, it was the British press who came up with this word for Virat Kohli and the ill that was plaguing him. They called it off-stumpitis after, you know, he was getting out to chasing balls outside the off-stump. Would you say that got into his psyche, off-stumpitis?
Not really. I don't think so because he's the kind of player who actually played those shots from off stump onto the onside, you know, because that was his class. But when you get beyond a certain age, you know, you lose that fraction of a second. And I think if his kind of a game was all touch game, you know, he was not very technical in the copybook style, but he was very natural. So I think if you're like that, it's very hard when you lose that fraction of a second. But in spite of that, you know, he has had the quality to actually just fight through and you know, grit through. And he showed us in glimpses that, you know, he's, in spite of what he used to do with his own unique style, he can manage. And, you know, if we just rate him by the number of runs compared to what he was doing earlier, I think that'll be a disservice.
Atul, he has been rocking the run charts when it comes to IPL, and there perhaps would have been no doubts that Virat Kohli could have scored runs in England too. Are we missing some story in between about Virat Kohli's retirement? Is it more than what really meets the eye?
Not really. I don't think so, because if it was a few months ago, you know, when there were some issues, then I would have thought so. But now I'm sure it's more to do with his family life, his personal life, and he wants some, some space for other stuff to do, you know, because I think cricket takes a lot of time and Test cricket needs a lot of intense bandwidth. And I think at this point, he just wants to enjoy it and don't want to take that extra, you know, that burden and headache of Test cricket.
Right. Thank you very much, Atul, for joining us at this hour and sharing your thoughts. With that, over to you, Kitty, for the rest of the news.
Thank you so much, Rika, and Atul Vasan for joining us here on the broadcast here and sharing all those inputs there. With that, it's time for a quick break. Yeah, more continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed
Prime Minister Modi chairs a high-level meeting with top government functionaries and all three services chiefs. This is after the first night of calm at the border after several days. Also, a key briefing of the government at 2:30. A big relief for flyers and a big step in return to normalcy after the India-Pakistan truce. All 32 airports that were closed on border states are open. The BJP says India sent a strong message with tough measures against Pakistan, striking at the heart of terror. The Congress has once again pushed for a special parliament session where Operation Sindhur can be discussed. Support grows for the trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who was the face of all the updates on Operation Sindhur, viciously trolled online. His family also attacked. The BJP says absolutely shameful to undermine the Foreign Secretary. And a big relief for the stock markets across the world, and indeed markets as US and China have agreed to roll back their tariffs by 115% and stock markets rise. And it's the end of a cricketing era. Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after a legendary 14-year career. Says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Let's get you all the latest updates. The Prime Minister today chaired a key security meeting with all top ministers there, as well as the services chief. The NSA too attended this meeting. This comes after a night of calm at the line of control and international border following the ceasefire that was announced between India and Pakistan. And today, so this high-level meeting, which took place for nearly an hour at the Prime Minister's residence. In a short while from now, at around 2:30, a key briefing will also take place by the government, and in which more details will be revealed. Now, this is after the first night of calm along the line of control and the international border, as many of those who are living along those areas have now started returning home, though there is a sense of caution as well. Authorities asking people to be cautious about unexploded shells that could be found in the area. So those checks are currently taking place, but Operation Sindhur, as the government said, was a massive success, striking at the heart of terror in Pakistan, indeed also at the air bases. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya, who's been tracking all these developments and the key meetings that have been taking place. It was nearly an hour-long meeting, Aishwarya, that took place at the Prime Minister's residence today, and at 2:30 we're expecting that briefing.
Well, that's right. A high-level meeting at Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We've been told that this was a two-part meeting. Of course, the first meeting that we have got the visuals from the Prime Minister's residence. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Tri-Services Chief, NSA, CDS, all were the part of that meeting, and Prime Minister took the stock of the situation as far as the current developments alongside the line of control and international border is concerned, and how things are panning out as far as the Jammu and Kashmir region is concerned. Prime Minister was briefed about all of those developments. After that, a separate meeting for 15 minutes went on with NSA Ajit Doval and Air Force Chief and Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. And certainly it was updated to Prime Minister about how the things have went on. It was expected earlier as being announced by the Foreign Secretary that at 1200 hours on May 12th, there will be the DGMO level talks, but it had been delayed as of now. But, at 2:30 p.m. is the time that the DGMO level officers would be briefing the media about the ongoing operations, how the de-escalations are going on. But remember, yesterday after the briefing done by the commanders of Army, Navy and Air Force, there was a press conference from the Pakistani side as well. And once again, as usual, there were some fake propaganda, the news which that they showcased was absolutely false. Fake narratives being peddled once again by the Pakistani army. The Indian Armed Forces have given every visual proof of how these strikes went on as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned. They have given evidences of their air bases being attacked, at what scale they have been attacked, and these were controlled and non-escalatory in nature. That's being very specifically being told yesterday as well, and today as well, how things went on. Of course, the statement which came out from the Indian Armed Forces that with no hostilities on both the side, last night things went very normal. We have seen the situation in the Jammu and Kashmir region, Rajasthan, alongside with Punjab borders as well, that things are very calm, and all of these things had been briefed by the top officials to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and all eyes now would be at 2:30 p.m. Briefing with the DGMO levels officers at National Media Center.
Right, and Aishwarya, do stay on with us. As you said, that briefing took place yesterday where we were told 100 terrorists in fact were killed and high-level targets, but now some more breaking news coming in, more revelations regarding India's strikes inside Pakistan, and now it has been revealed that the IF also hit Karachi. During Operation Sindhur, it was the Malir Cant in Karachi that was hit. Main Pak city, they hit by Indian forces. Now, yesterday, remember, Rajnath Singh, as well as the briefing that took place in the evening, talked about the strike at Rawalpindi, which is a big shock to Pakistan, to the fact that with such precise strikes were made deep inside, right next to Islamabad. But now this big revelation that the Indian Air Force also struck inside Karachi. This is the Malir Cant in Karachi that was hit. Now, if you remember, the night of the big strikes, where there was a certain amount of confusion also regarding where all Indian Air Force had struck, where our missiles had reached. Now, yesterday at the briefing, it was revealed about the air bases that were destroyed due to the precise missile strikes by India. But now this revelation, let's go across to Shiv Arur, who has been tracking these developments. And Shiv, now the Indian Air Force confirming that during those strikes, Karachi was also hit, this base in Karachi was hit, this Cant area.
That is correct. This is a huge update that we're getting right now. Remember, this was mentioned by Air Marshal A.M. Bharti, the Director General of Air Operations, in his press briefing yesterday. But most people missed it because he only mentioned Malir Cantonment, but he didn't mention Karachi, where Malir Cantonment is. So, very few people actually put two and two together. Now we know for sure that the Malir Cantonment is in Karachi, and an air defense site was actually struck by missiles. This is a huge update because, Karachi is of enormous importance. It is one of Pakistan's biggest and most crucial cities. And the addition of Karachi to that list of bases and cities that were struck by Indian Air Force missiles fired from Indian Air Force fighter aircraft means that every major city practically in Pakistan in some way or the other was hit. Its military installations were hit. Lahore, Rawalpindi, Karachi, Faisalabad, and Sialkot, all of these are big cities, and now Karachi gets added to that list. Remember, Gargi, the reason why Karachi is also important is because the Navy yesterday said that it was completely primed and ready for a strike on Karachi. This would have been, assets on the coast, the harbor, energy installations, economic installations, the port itself, which the Navy confirmed they had targeting information about and were primed and ready to strike in the event of any escalation. But it looks like Karachi was already locked as far as a strike was concerned, and we can confirm now that the Malir Cant that the Indian Air Force mentioned in yesterday's briefing was in Karachi. What damage has been caused over there is not clear yet, but an air defense installation at the Malir Cant in Karachi appears to have been destroyed. That's what the Indian Air Force said on record. This is a very, very big update to that list.
That's right, Shiv. In fact, yesterday the big talk was the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base and in Rawalpindi.
That is correct. The Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi, the air defense installation at the Lahore airport, which was initially dismissed as some kind of Pakistan Army exercise, a radar facility in Sialkot, and now, the Malir Cant air defense installation in Karachi. With this and with more information coming out, I'm wondering whether we know everything about the airstrikes, Gargi, because frankly, this is, this adds not only a new dimension to the complexity and the reach of the Indian Air Force's targeting systems, but it also sort of broadens the map, expands the map to all parts of the country. Karachi is in the southern part of Pakistan, in the Sindh area. You've had the Bolari Air Base where, our missiles apparently struck very close to some nuclear installations. It looks like phase 3 of Operation Sindoor was an all-out escalation by India to really, really pin down the Pakistan military. And just from a psychological perspective, Malir Cantonment in Karachi, Gargi, may be just another addition to what is already a very, very impressive list. But Karachi, remember, has a great deal of significance for India. It's a city and a harbor that was bombed by the Indian Navy during the 1971 war, and therefore carries a huge amount of historic significance as well. It is the economic nerve center of Pakistan. It's one of their largest ports as well. And therefore, for India's missiles to land in a cantonment installation in Karachi itself is a very big deal. Not to mention the fact that this was an air defense installation, Gargi, that was targeted, which means that the aerial and airborne air defense protection of a large city like Karachi may have actually been compromised in this strike.
That's right, Shiv. And during the briefing, it was also emphasized how there was no, civilian area that was ever targeted, how these were very precise strikes. And that is something that is really, is something I'm sure is going to be studied going forward, the kind of strikes that were conducted by India and the absolute precision and how, as you said, these various air bases, Rawalpindi, and now it's revealed that in Karachi also this strike taking place. And, maybe today at that briefing that we're expecting in around 15 minutes from now, we'll have more details regarding the strikes.
I agree with you. I think today's briefing, which starts in a few minutes from now, should have more visual information. Remember that we still haven't seen, 27 images as part of a very, very detailed presentation were put out yesterday, Gargi, establishing the damage inflicted by Indian missiles in Chaklala, in Murid, in Sakar, in Noor Khan, like you mentioned, the Chaklala base, Rafiki, and other places, Lahore, Sialkot, as well as the terror sites. But battle damage assessment is still awaited in some of the other bases which the Indian Air Force has acknowledged they hit, but those maps and satellite images haven't come yet for various reasons. They should be coming anytime. Sargodha also came quite late yesterday. It was an update. So we should be expecting more imagery, I'm guessing, at some point today. Skardu in the northern areas, the Malir cantonment in Karachi are two that come to mind. There could be some other battle damage imagery that will be shared as well.
As we've said, the fighting is now over. It's a ceasefire right now, but it is a battle of perception as well. And to see the manner in which all these, revelations are made, the way the DGMOs have spoken about the kind of operation that was carried out under Operation Sindhur. You're there in, Jammu and Kashmir. It's been the first night of calm, and one is hoping to really consolidate on this ceasefire and that this continues for the sake of, the local people also now returning home. But so Shiv, this is very interesting that now more and more, facts are being revealed about Operation Sindhur, even as though that hotline, is there, that, there will be communication at the DGMO level over the ceasefire and after the first night of calm that we've seen in several days.
You're absolutely right. Very interestingly, Gargi, I had a conversation with a contact of mine in the Air Force, and he said, if you're impressed by the amount of information that has been released in public in this press briefing, imagine the wealth of data and operational information there actually is with the Air Force pertaining to these historic strikes on all these places, which we now know also includes the Malir cantonment in Karachi. It's incredible to actually think about, how much data has actually been gleaned
about that,
in this
and
unprecedented attack.
You said this was something that most of us missed during the briefing yesterday. So let's just take a look at that key part where Air Marshal Bharti mentions this Malir cant.
Up to the task. In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malir Camp. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala. These were suitably addressed, and thereafter his drone attacks continued even till morning, which we countered, and during the daytime there was some respite. Here I would like to bring out another aspect. What we found was that while the drone attacks were being launched from somewhere close to Lahore, enemy had allowed his civilian aircraft to also continue to fly out of Lahore. Not only his own aircraft, but international passenger aircraft, which is quite insensitive, and we had to exercise extreme caution, even at the cost of some tactical disadvantage, to ensure that there is no damage to any of the civilian aircraft.
All right, so there you have the Air Marshal's statement, which it seems, Shiv, you also missed it when they announced that 11 key Pakistani air bases were struck during that operation, and it's after that that the ceasefire was arrived at, and it's after that the Pakistan reached out, and the US says that they assisted in this entire exercise. But yes, so we struck such key